Wah, 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 wah.
Alright, I think that's everything. I'm wrong. I'm wrong, there's one more going live to do. Alas, here I am. and there's me with my... There we go, I think. Yes, there we go. Okay, what am I doing? Interesting. Apparently, if you tag your going live post indie game, indie devbot will repost it immediately. Sorry, reskeet. Okay, but I do have a going live to do. Twitch.tv/tentaclepanther, as usual. So, welcome in. Congratulations, Tollpanzer. Thank you for the redeem, Keystone Federation. Ah, what flavor of gaming juice are we starting with today, Ghetto? Also, you know, for the friends and regulars, I do have 2 invites to this closed alpha playtest, if anybody has an interest in trying out the game. I'm going to have to do so much stuff with getting my capture set up, especially if I join the... You know, I'm going to not join the Discord call, but I will join the server. What do we got? We've got grape, we've got chocolate, we've got cinnamon, and we've got plain. I mostly just keep that last one around to make theater-style clothing spray. Chocolate. Plane? Well, it's not really a plane. It's a spaceship. Doesn't have any wing. Well, it does. No, it doesn't have wings. It has fins. Fins off the side. All right. So, the going live has been gone live. Enjoy your lurk. Hello, Ed the Dragon. Ah. A fascinating lurk. Enjoy your lurk, too. I will be fiddling around with OBS settings for I don't know how long. Probably at least a little bit of time. Because it's an alpha test, you know? It's an alpha test. And also, I don't have capture set up from last time. I feel like I've done this before. Maybe it was just a Discord stream, but I am pretty darn sure that I have shown off Stars of Icarus at least a little bit. At least a little. They say don't forget to record footage. There we go. But I don't currently know how to do that, and figuring that out would have been a 2 hours ago problem. So yeah, welcome to Stars of Icarus. It's like Guns of Icarus, but space. We out here between realms. We've got 3 different classes of ship. There are corvettes, 2-man ships that have a special weapon and they have battery-style guns. And there are 3-man ships. So far, just the Taurus. It's a gigantic moose of a thing, but it can point 6 guns at you at a time. Which, you know, it's a lot. It's a little bit hard to operate because things are far apart on the insides. And it's a massive honking target, full of opportunities to break it. But, have I played around? Not of this playtest. I'm just getting into it. Also, Asher, I feel like you may have been in the last playtest, but if you were not, and you want to be in this one, I can send you an invite. Let me know, because I'm fond of the Icarus series, and always happy to get somebody else a chance. Okay. What is this preset? I have so many machine guns. Why did What was I doing with any of these? We've got guided missiles. I guess the idea is to... It was fighters. This side is just anti-fighters. That's what it was. And the other side is a long-range sniper battery. That's what's going on here. That's why we have a repulsor station instead of a hack station, which requires close range. That's what we're doing. Alright. Add change preset description and rename ship. So, rename the ship to the Distant Horse. Ah, I see. It can have both a name and a preset. Lovely. Lovely. What else have I got? The classic. Looks like we've got my best attempt at making a balanced thing. We've got our mid-range burst rifles on one side. We've got our close-range machine guns and hwachas on the other. Alright. And this one has firecracker cannons, probably because I wasn't entirely certain what I was doing with this one, because I had two that I'd done so far. Alright, so we're going to change this one to mid-range. What are the random names? Great Among Never, Held Reality Love, Network Rotation, Zeno's Justice. It's going to be Der Moose. Cat. Cat is here. Alright, but did I even mention the fighters? I don't think I did. There's single pilot fighters, which is a real difference from Guns of Icarus, where it was all four-person ships. This one, if you have an uneven number of people, you can get on the field. There we go. I have named all of these after fish. So, we will give these the names, and maybe after some actual playing, we will change them. So this... Okay, so the urchin. That one is disruptive. Disrupt? Component damage? Break stuff. It's for breaking stuff. Pilot loadout. Break stuff. Speed drive station. That's fine. So this one is anti-fighter. I could spell that right. That would be a real help. Anti-fighter. And the horsefly is anti-capital. Yeah. Anti-capital. Okay. I think I've done enough setting up. So long as we count all of the setting up that I did earlier. We've got an official 10 by 10 going on. Very good. I will definitely need to check my push to mute button, because I don't know necessarily how much I'm going to be talking to y'all, but I feel like people at the table might be bothered by that, so I'd better be sure. Alright. Keybinds, that's the one I'm looking for. Push to talk is B. B, okay, interesting. Not V? What's V? Is V anything? Yes, V is open practice commands. I see. And then Y is voice commands. Okay, but anyways, it's B. My push to talk is B. Let's get to it. Ah, my blacklist. My chat blacklist is working great. Alright, who am I and what am I doing? Am I even on a ship? I am not. I am a spectator. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, it looks like I should be joining this side. I shall add a manta. I don't remember what I was doing with this at all. Okay, looks like we have... Let's see, rename ship, the Lemon Shark. Okay. What captain loadout? The Sniper, I suppose. Go with an emergency jump station. Speed drive? Jump drive, that's the one. Hacking, repulsor. You know what, let's keep multiple jumps. All right, so, well, we've got sniper side and we've got the moderate side. So we'll switch that to a hack station. But the captain loadout is sniper, and I'm just going to have to remember what that does. Okay. Though it is giving me a difficulty of 3 stars. I don't really care, though. Oh, hold on. He was talking to me. Mass drive's on top, and then the bottom is sniper. I can probably do that. There we go. I can do that. Save. Unbalanced teams. Oh boy. Where even is my ready button? There, it's right there. It's staring me in the face. Yeah, everybody is definitely... Oh, hi, Vi. Everybody is definitely in that Discord call. Maybe I should join it. I bet I should. But I don't know those people. I don't. Oh, hey, it's Montessoir again. He's a really good fighter pilot. All right. Oh, is he making sound? Well, let's give it a check. Hey, y'all, I'm not in the Discord call, but is my push-to-talk working?
Yep, hearing it loud and clear.
Working great, yeah.
Lovely, thank you very much. Okay. I suppose we wait now, or we can run around. Oh, right, right. People have clothing now. People have outfits. People have character models. So much has happened. Last time it was just everybody in those white suits that I am currently wearing. You possibly get money to buy outfits by completing games. I'm uncertain. Hold on, is this... It's a mirror. Hello, mirror. It is a costume change station. I love that. Okay. What do we got? Creavores. 15 seconds. 10, 13, 12. My mouse sensitivity is off the charts, my guy. Hey, it's a Guns of Icarus arcade machine. 2, 1. Hooray! Let's see how much of this I can even remember. Oh, man, sensitivity is way too high.
Alright, it's working now. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, so the Alt is the drift button. We've got angles here. Okay, double tap to get to neutral. There's... Oh no, space is clutch.
Usually see it for the gun on.
I think the snipers are on the port
I
side.
usually see the automaton thing over here where I'm standing, and then it works that gun over there.
That was the wrong button. So I'm going to use the helm, and I'm going to turn myself with this. That's not correct. Ah, I'm going to turn myself with the mouse. That's what's going on. Okay, so dismount is left control. Oh, that's a convenient button.
Coming into the battle. Come to us if you need repairs. Lemon Shark. Raptors try to fight with me and Lemon Shark. Lemon Shark, let's start heading towards the insidious result. We'll take him out together.
Well, that sounds like a plan. Just as soon as I remember how to drive.
I need to leave really quick and put the switch the ammos that I have. I thought I put a different ammo in my inventory, but I did not.
Right. Insidious result. That's the... There it is. Alright.
Alright, I see you there, Ducks. Looks like... Ducks, what guns did you bring? Are you going short range or long range?
If I recall correctly, I've got snipers on the port side and medium on the starboard.
Okay, we're short range both ways, but we're not bad at taking out raptors. So why don't, while these raptors are pushing away from their team, we'll focus on killing them real quick. But their Taurus, I think, is looking long range, so be careful, alright?
Aye, Capitan.
Oh, I was Chewy. I was saying that in team chat to the other one, but
Never mind.
we're close range. Sorry. Oh wait, can I talk to the?
This is the channel one. I think everybody.
Yeah, you can talk to the other team.
I didn't know we had a cross chat game chat.
Right. This is team.
Yeah, I
this
have
is
it
team
on
one.
the server.
now,
Did
I
you
think.
default to it? Because I
That's
didn't.
interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, team. All right, team. Yep, their Taurus is long range. We're close range. For us to do any real damage here, we're gonna have to start closing the distance. So I'm asking for support. We are pushing in. We could use any help you guys can get. We're gonna go straight for the Taurus. Manta, I would love if you could assist. Long range is fine if you have. Raptors, please try to keep the Raptors off our back.
Alright. That's on automatic. That's a micro-hwacha. That's a jump drive, because I had an idea about the... Alright, okay, cool. I think I've got this.
Alright.
Okay, up we go. I am gradually figuring this out.
They're 2/3 of the health are gone. They're going for the ram, it looks like. Looks like they fucked up, though. Keep it up, everybody. Stay focused. Alright.
Nice job, everybody.
Regardless of how that charge went,
Yeah, we're just getting eaten up. Those.
it was really impressive to see a Taurus move that fast.
Thank you. I mean, the charge, it worked, though, right? I mean, we killed it.
I did not expect that kind of voice coming out of someone with the username as duck. It's a very nice voice. It's like a very deep voice for someone named Duck.
Well, it is ducks plural, so it could be like a concert of ducks.
Yeah, or the Lord Duck.
The Taurus has respawned, everybody. We are moving to engage.
Boy, that's real ominous when you hear the big capital ship cut out halfway through a sentence.
Manta, I see you doing that long-range support on the Taurus. Thank you very much. We need it.
Well, that's the idea.
Are we engaging the Taurus?
Crew, fire away. Insidious result. That's the target.
Dang it, the terrible words betray me.
My ass, if Raptor can come to the Otonashi, we need some support. Thank you, Lemon Shark. Our dorsal shield is down. We're taking significant damage. These raptors are really on us.
Maybe I should get in the Discord call. All this focusing. This focusing is really getting static.
You know what I just realized? We can hop in a team chat thing if we don't want to reveal all of our secrets.
Oh yeah, I think the default binding is N.
As long as you're not talking in the game chat, yeah, there's team chat, game chat, and crew chat.
I was just saying because it's a little bit tedious to press a button every time. I don't have an auto thing.
Alright, I am lost in a cloud.
Alright. Their Taurus is pretty low. Are you going in for it, Lemon Shark? We're coming. We're coming to you.
Out, I'm going for angle on him. Oh, apparently I am getting close. Okay, the idea here is to put them out. Oh. There we go. The idea is to get the starboard side on them at this range. Alright, what am I doing? Where am I going? I get a sneaking suspicion that I'm right in the middle of everything and should change that.
He jumped away from you. They doubled and then jumped away from us after he followed them through the portal.
Sir.
We're coming back to you. I see you're pretty weak. Oh, no! I'm sorry. Those damn raptors. Their Taurus is so low, though, team. port side.
I'm reloading. I'm reloading.
We need our shield repaired ASAP.
Oh, that result is low again. What could go wrong if I charge right for him?
Many things. Many things can go wrong.
Right.
We got him.
Good kill. Jesus, but... Oh man, we're behind.
Now I point the longer
Ravage,
guns.
try to fight around the Taurus or the Manta. We'll be able to support you that way. And if you can, call out when you've got someone on your tail.
Okay. I'm gradually getting a hang of it. Gradually. Ever so gradually. I closed the door so that the cat could have a private dinner, and I think she is done with that dinner and ready to leave the room now. Oh, there we go. Ouch, I've been shot. Who would do that?
Getting our bug repellent on.
Ah, they would do that. So let's boost.
Tree frog's that one mosquito that keeps on buzzing in your ear, but you can never find it.
Alright, Insidious result has respawned. We're good.
Okay, we'll bounce up a little. And
Port side,
angle
no.
right. There we go. There we go. Ha ha! I am at such an angle here. What a fascinating angle I am driving at. Okay. Now I need to hold still.
How dare they jump?
For the good of my team, I need to stop driving around. These are all 3 kilometers away. There's nothing that I can do
Raptors,
about
come on
that
back
tree
to the
frog.
Taurus if you need help.
Okay,
support you.
I am getting... I think I'm generally pointed the right way. With one mosquito after me. And also pointing at the tree frog. So what is there to do? I need to know what's going on when we find that bigger ship. Oh, we've found the Insidious result. It's actually closer to me than anything else. They might be after me, come to think of it, so I should be aware of this. Oof! Oh, we closed that.
So close, but good game.
Hey, good game, everybody.
We got that a lot closer than I thought we would.
We were doing pretty well.
That was fun.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's see. Still got the same guy. Let's see if I can switch over to the Discord call. Ah, and Asher does want in. Let's see, let's see. Where is the Ash? Ah, dang it. Can I not, or is that a main menu thing? Oh, right. Oh, very good. Very good. Cool. I'll play another round and then I'll figure that out. But in the meantime, double check that I'm not holding the game up. Match starts in like 3 minutes. I've got time. I have the time. Though I do need to go into my user settings and make sure I have a push to mute, which should be different from my in-game voice in case I want to say something that is not, you know, necessary to... Let's see. What am I doing here? Push to talk. Come on now. Push to talk. Yes. Yes. Push to talk, keybind, backspace. Hey, I like it. That works. That works just fine. So now that we're here, let's try.
Even the game, even, and just like, you know, jump on our team, you know? You know, just jump on our team. Make it even.
That's not even.
Hello. Oh, the
So,
cat.
Chewy, you can use the extinguisher, and you can buff the components.
Oh, I'm on push to talk,
before
not push
they
to
get
mute.
on fire or are hacked, and they have a immunity to those status effects. It's an
Horse
old
pump.
Push to mute.
it's an old thing from Guns of Icarus called a chem cycle, is what they called it there. I don't know what the name is going to be here. So it's
Watchmaker,
it could
I am sorry in
be a
advance.
little tedious, but give it a shot.
You know,
I'm
I'll
going to
just
do
I'll just
something
do push to
very
talk.
silly. Ducks.
I'm worried now.
I think we got this.
Sorry, I was wrestling with my settings. What was that?
Oh! Did Duck join the Discord thing?
Oh, yes, Discord name Tentacle Panther.
Welcome.
I'm going to do something very silly. We shall see how it pans out. Seeing your loadout.
I should probably look at what kind of ship I'm on and maybe choose some ammos or some such.
Where are you? Oh, you're on the squid. Yeah. Ooh, that is a pretty squid. I like the.
You're gonna be bringing ammo for the right side gun and the back gun.
Okay. This should
We should
be
probably
very
put me
stupid.
and Spinach on different teams next round.
Yeah.
So
We'll
really
see.
good.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm sorry, I have not heard of the Tales of Spinach.
Spinach is a very strong player as well.
Ah, okay.
I don't
Very
see
strong
spinach
player.
on a lot this weekend, but
Yeah. Alright, okay, so you've got one guess as to what this fucking thing does.
lights things on fire.
Spinach is the only pilot better than me
Alright,
right now.
All of the...
FYI to our fighters, we will be never getting close. I am allergic to their touch.
You do?
Can I get you on right side real quick?
Oh, this is a very awkward map to be running snipers.
They ran.
But will we learn anything?
They were not ready. Can you pull us around the corner so we can shoot the squid? Come on, little bot. Come on, little bot. This is what I plan to run when I'm captain.
Hello.
Oh, Squid looks like he might
Hello?
ram us.
Do I?
A little bit.
I would love for you to ram us, actually. That's what I figured. That's what I figured you were gonna be doing.
What,
We are
sitting
very
here
much
perfectly
burning.
stationary.
Status effects, yep. That's why I mentioned the chem cycle in the beginning. See if I can't.
Giant pillar is very in the way, Ducks.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Ship
find a
called
way to
Urson
drive
doing
around it.
Urson? Strange.
Who'da thunk it?
I guess the technology does technically exist to put a rear view mirror on one of these things, but
That would be funny. Everything's on
Oh,
fire.
Can you turn this a bit more? The sniper
No,
can't
no.
shoot. There we go. Weren't ready for that damage, were you?
No.
Um,
Well,
Captain,
I
the things
saw
aren't
you
going
way too late.
Alright, I'm taking us out.
No, get back here. Come on, little butt.
We're bonked.
Come on, little butt.
And
I may or may not be running Lochnagar on the mass driver.
Big damage.
The ultimate jump scare.
Hello.
Alright, surviving.
Right side, please.
There's ships on all of our sides.
Yep. That's why I want to try to kill the one with less health.
Arson! No.
Murder!
there are several icicles here.
Real fast. I'm going to change my pilot loadout real quick.
Okay.
Sure.
Because I want to
We are
Right.
make
too close.
for micro adjustments.
Okay.
Oh, do you haven't seen the area ammo?
No.
Okay, you jumped on it. You jumped on it immediately, and I was like, "Oh, you must have it."
At one point I swapped it to penetrating shrapnel on that.
Can you back us up a little bit? I can't hit the Taurus from here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Go, mass driver. Beautiful.
Well,
Thank you for being polite with your requests while I'm still processing how to exist in three-dimensional space.
Three frog. Oh, you're missing exactly one health. Arson, come for heals.
Hang on. I'm hovering and... Can we heal the Pelipper real fast?
Scan.
On our way.
I do find it funny that it's ended up that you can't actually full heal an Albatross anymore.
Nope.
With one mag? Damn.
Yep.
Damn. We're out of ammo. Give it, another 20 years, and
Did
we
we
can
have
maybe top
any
you
ammo
off.
left, or did you reload instantly?
It reloaded instantly. It was pretty much empty.
Okay.
It's back in now.
Let's see if I can get the guns pointed at him again.
I'm just gonna angle us up for the long shots.
I'll see what I can do. Oh, I hit something.
Tickling.
I hate these incendiary rounds. So annoying. Stop it.
Why? You don't like incendiary firecracker?
No, they
it's still
make
reloading.
everything on fire.
Yeah, it's the goal.
I don't care.
That's how you fight a big ship. Is you turn it off.
But it's annoying.
Have you considered jumping immediately on top of us to kill us?
Yeah, if you break our fucking legs, then we can't exactly get
Oh.
in range of it.
Well, I'm not the captain, so I'm not steering.
I found a way to clip through the ship. How the hell did I do that?
Our health gun should be reloaded if you want to heal True real quick.
There's a particular spot where I can just jump through the window. Pretty cool.
That's probably fine.
Yeah, there's a funny thing where...
Right past the pipes, you can, on the Manta, the second you're on the platform, you can just jump through the window.
Setting the server to 20-player mode has some consequences.
No, we're gonna need a backup.
Oh, that's a good angle for you.
We are simply outnumbered. We must leave. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You are not outnumbered. I am just at a distance.
Oh, I'm not talking to you. I'm on the other team. We are definitely outnumbered.
Oh,
okay.
well, you know what?
Now we're good.
If you insist. I don't think I'm making it out of this engagement.
Okay, where'd they go? Okay, shields are good. Damn. Oh. I guess. The, Taurus is still below us, Ducks.
Oh, the Taurus is still below us.
Free frog is floating around us. Don't like it. Go away.
Oh, the Taurus is still there. My brain is processing so much right now.
I hope you
Is
didn't
it those
mind me
mass
listening to the
drivers that are
demons, by the way.
destroying our health so quickly?
Yes, I have Lochnagar and it's boosted. And the
Oh,
bot's
God.
on it.
Hello, joined.
Lochnagar Mass Driver.
It really is just melting.
And he
our
has
health. Nuts.
snipers on the bottom, so I have Lochnagar and Shield Siphon on the snipers on the bottom. So I pop your shields and then the bot goes ham.
They called me criminal for Lochnagar tractor beam, but the real devil had yet to appear.
I was gonna do firecrackers with Mass Driver, but it really doesn't matter as long as you have something to pop shields. The bot on the Mass Driver just pops everything. Anyone need heals? Oh, Tree Frog, come down. Oh, can you hold still, Ducks?
No,
oh,
stop
we
fighting,
are
come
in a
back.
rock. Problem.
Group.
All right.
Okay. Well,
Any idea where that speed drive is? It's a like main hull area.
do you want me to hit it?
Yes, please.
All right. Do it with pleasure.
Right. This seems like the time where I would repair shields.
Check.
Nice try to ram us.
Dang it! I'm losing my angle.
Oh, Lemon Shark is who I want you firing on.
Lemon shark.
Can you not hear me in game?
No, I could not hear you in game.
Okay.
If you were
Sorry,
talking,
get them
because
on air, or-
We need to back up, Ducks. Our shields down. Honestly, I'm just gonna hit the jump drive and pray. How about that?
That could be fun.
Surely this will go well for us. Nope.
After this
Don't
game,
let
I
up
need to do
fighters, we
something.
can kill him.
There's...
Skell, you might want to get us in with that burst rifle.
I was just gonna leave us to disable, but if you insist.
I think
You should
we
just
can
run
I
a
come
speed
off.
trust your
station
word.
with this. Speed drive station with this so we can run. The second that squid does get on top of us while we're reloading, we do die.
Okay, so the spawn points are at either end of this map,
Nice
but we can
job.
also look at it
Nice.
from other directions. And I can intuit
get
no
on.
information from that. Man, I'm spending so much time
What if I
silent
don't
when I'm
like our
alive.
allies?
Oh, forced
Well,
re-
you don't have to heal free frog. It's just I'm gonna be paying the price for it. Developers also need healing.
Oh, it's reloading.
Eventually I will learn the
Why-
difference between the ready to spawn and the forced to spawn timers.
Someday. That day is not today.
We should back up. And by that I mean we should run because they're right behind us.
Okay. You know what? Sure, I'll take it.
Oh, they...
I keep
Damn.
forgetting I have that thing
Y'all
on
all
this.
spawned right behind us. Damn. Okay, we can just turn now. Yeah.
Alright, turn her off.
Captain, if you're
I
trying
need you to
talk
rotate a little
to us,
more.
we
The
cannot
sniper
hear
can't
you.
hit from here. Okay.
So is my mic just not working in game?
Yeah, I just don't hear anything. I don't even see a thing pop up on the.
Has that been going on this whole night? Have I
This
been
whole-
yelling at
I
my?
heard you.
Not the whole night, just this game.
Okay.
I can occasionally hear you, by the way.
For some reason, my mic doesn't work in the game either. Like it did work a couple days ago, but same thing.
And we blew
No
it.
one can hear me.
Nice.
If you're getting mic issues, please send in a bug report with the in-game bug reporter. The escape and that bug-shaped icon in the top right. Or F9.
But like, aside of just saying mic doesn't work, like, do you have any log?
It'll send logging information with it. That'll help.
Alright then.
Great.
Hello. How are you?
Can you roll left? The mass driver can't hit this manta.
Just making
There we go. There should be a little icon since the bot is piloting that'll say like need to turn or rotate or something. Now we just need to go down.
GG, everybody.
No.
Hey.
Damn, we
I
could've got one
apologize
more.
for the very compelling gameplay, Queso.
I appreciate the markers that show me where the guns are pointing now.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love that too, dude. I love that too.
Yeah, just pay attention to those, and we assassinate everything because that loadout is cracked.
Alright, we gotta get Izzy and Spinach off the same team, though.
I need to go do something, so I will be back eventually. I promise I will be back.
Have fun.
I gotta head off to bed, but good playing with you, everybody. Hope you have a good night.
Peace.
This test is coming to an
Cool.
end tonight, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure it's the 19th. Yeah.
Look
Oh,
forward
interesting.
To,
I actually have that issue too.
look forward to seeing you next time. Good luck, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.
Peace.
Okay, so this... 1, 2, 3... This is now closer, but still above the standard amount of players that would be in a game here. So I'm ready to. You
But
know,
yeah,
I should have also clicked crew.
and Dux has lock on for the mass driver too for the bot. Very nice.
Oh, hey, I've got queso.
Nope.
All right.
Where have I been booted?
Luck lead. Oop,
And game
grab
crush.
that.
You know, it was perfectly fine for a while. Longer than usual.
Oop, well, that's wild and wacky 10v10. I see. People are still choosing. This is all right. The piloting in the arcs, my brain has been making laptop fan noises for most of the time I've been here. But in a good way.
Gotta make you think.
Everything has been shuffled around, huh?
Actually, while we're here, I will have to... Let's see, leave this match. We'll
I'd crew the
step out.
Taurus, but I literally do not know where the tech station is on it.
Go to desktop.
And
Let's
it looks
see,
like the
let's
other
see.
two are AFK. It also looks like the other two are AFK anyways.
Okay, we've got this. We've got this. Where's the thing? There was a thing. I swear, there was a thing that would let me invite... Where was the thing? I had invites. Where did they go? Where did they go? I had the option. I was so excited to give those out, and they're gone. Maybe it's because the playtest is too close to over. That might be it. Heck.
Oh. Did Queso crash that time?
Mm-hmm.
No,
You got
Casey,
sent
No.
unassigned. Yeah, what do you...
I think
what
I lost the
happened?
ability to send out
I don't know,
codes
am
when I...
Mm.
disappeared. I think I'm actually gonna call there for the night.
Alright, see ya.
Right, hold on.
Thank you for
What's
Thanks
going
for
on here?
playing.
I will always drop whatever the fuck I'm doing for a goddamn playtest.
I didn't capture
yeah,
the
we-
audio of Discord.
We should have a couple opportunities coming up.
Oh,
Never mind, it's fine. For
Spoilers!
once, it did it
Yay!
automatically.
farewell. Woo.
See you around.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay, joining back in. And then maybe buying a jaunty hat if it doesn't let me join mid-game. I haven't selected a ship. It's kind of even. Add ship. Let's try the Albatross. Have I given these names yet? No, I have not. So let's go with anti-fighter. Do I want to go anti-fighter? No, let's go Let's stick with the anti-fighter loadout. Cool. It's a hefty chonker. Save. Back. Yes. Yes. Ready. Here we go. Is the game possibly just already in progress? It may well already be in progress, and I'm just going to be joining late. That's okay. What are my buttons here? Yeah, so right-click is laser. Right-click is laser, and then free look shows that everybody else is just kind of spawning. So you know what? Maybe we did just start here. Hi, Panzer. I'm gonna zip up high. I don't have a go fast button.
It does work on both sides.
I...
Damn, how do I keep doing it by accident?
Ow, I'm getting shot a bunch of times. Lost my antenna. So this is vent reactor coolant to go down, 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 down. And then... Is he in range? Maybe, maybe not. Ooh, that looks like an enemy. Yeah. Ooh. Interesting, I say. Interesting. Whoa, I probably should have thought that one through before pushing the barrel roll button. So there's the also bad one. Here's the Pelipper. You, sir, are escaping me. But maybe I can do something about that. I feel like I'm supposed to have... Yeah. I have no proximity ammo on this, because I wasn't planning on doing it. Ah, heck. Oh, hey, it's the Manta. Or, like, it's a Manta. I should get out of here. Fortunately, we're doing things, which is more than I can say for the knowing. I'm certainly not knowing things, but doing things? That's a strong maybe. That is a strong maybe on the doing things, regardless of the knowing things. Okay. So I maybe managed to mess up an engine, but that's largely a... Ha ha! Whatcha! Ouch. I'm on full reverse.
I did not realize my captain switched to no heal gun.
Okay, there's a Manta over there. Who am I? What am I doing? Network shields overhealing. Right. That didn't say overheating, it said overhealing, because my shields get overly full.
This guy also doesn't realize that most of the Manta's firepower is on the sides.
Okay, okay. Ah, ha, ha, ha. His shields came back in...
That's awkward.
Okay. Yeah, you know, let's go. It'll be fun.
We're out of the map.
Oh, that's exciting.
I was
Where
gonna
are we?
say, where the hell did that jump take us? What?
We're on an adventure.
Kinda. Is this like 3/4 of the entire lobby? Got hit by that jump drive? That's funny.
Everyone wanted to go to space.
Alright, repulsor station detected, point defense locked on. I'm getting ripped in half by the actual broadsides now. What am I even doing with my life? Exploding. That's what I'm doing. I'm exploding. It's good that we got that sorted out. Whee! There I go. Hi, Peanut. Is that a dancing gobsy? Okay. Respawn in 19. As a fighter, don't fly directly into broadsides. Okay, so they're down
Keep
here.
them on our left. Our better guys on the left.
Oh. There are fewer spawn options for larger ships. That's fascinating.
Oh my god, this is gonna be the slowest, painfulest, most painful fucking death now that we're all stuck out here.
I don't have a mobility button because I specifically chose the thing that doesn't have a mobility button. That's why I don't have a mobility button, and I can't remember the button to do the mobility. It's because I don't have one. There's a manta. I'm just going to miss all of those. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Where to go? Okay.
Oh wait, we have a jump drive. Hang on. Oh, I was gonna say maybe I could get us all back in bounds.
Oh, they're still stuck outside the game. I had decent results getting back in bounds by just charging for the empty space that's supposed to be a wall.
That makes sense.
I got a little explodey in the process, but I made it.
Yeah, whoever's in the other manta. Like, the entire lobby was on top of you. Why would you do this? Why did you have to hit your jump drive at that exact moment? Wait, I just realized we can't even hit you anymore, too.
Why does my gun say 28? Why did it end at 25? Did I get hacked?
Well.
Alright, so. Fighter proximity rounds in a burst rifle. So that does work. Am I? Yes, I am using my anti-fighter loadout against a team that has one fighter. Can I change that?
So, y'all want to test for science if you can jump drive back in safely?
Oh, you definitely can.
So I need to find
But you're
my
just
team.
sit out there with your lead. Oh,
My team Space Banana. Yeah, kinda is.
Who's still out there?
I think all of us have died. It's just you two, off in Narnia. Oh no, you are back. Okay.
Alright, so there's the also bad one. We're gonna stick with them. There's the Quicksilver. I can do that. That's a fighter focus, that is. Ha! Ha! Laser! Laser! I bring great shame upon my ancestors with my failure to lead my shots. Oh, I clipped him! I clipped him, but, you know, he was looking at me and shooting at me. Oh, that's spinach. Burst rifle laser cannon. They must have buffed burst rifles. Okay. So I'm not very fast. Oof, they got the manta. I should do my very best to stick with my team. Because oh, there we go. It's a slice height slider. That's cool. One of these days, I will know most of the mechanics. Or even some of them. So, we have a fighter swarm happening here. I'm gonna fall in behind Tree Frog and... Okay, I am clearly a bit fuzzy on where behind Tree Frog is. So we're gonna get out of here? How am I going to do that? I am going to go try and find the also bad one. There. That sounds like a plan. Is it a good one? Do I have the ability to follow through on it? These are both unclear. But is it a plan? That I can say yes. Alright, so there is Quicksilver, and we are both flying towards them. Oof. Boy, this is a bit heck. But we'll get him, we will. We'll get him. Swear on me, mum. There you are. There you are. I need... Ooh, look, he's just really spinning around now, ain't he? Have I run into a rock? Does the Hwacha fire in bursts of 5? That's fascinating. I've been shot.
Oh, that's not good.
I think. All right. Is there anything else that I can do here to improve my situation or that of others? It's really looking like a maybe at best, but I don't fully understand the situation on how I can do that. There's the tree frog is getting chased by the Quicksilver. I'm getting blasted with something. Okay, yes. So he's doing the drift by and laser me thing. Oof, boy, that's an unpleasant screen to have been on. Am I just spectating spinach now? Sorry. All right. Okay. 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 Oh, I am no longer a spectator. Yay. So where is my team and how do I join them? It looks like my team is out towards the edge.
Well, I got pretty funny clips with that Lochnagar Mass Driver game. At the very least.
Alright, so I'm getting warnings about rocks. Okay. Okay. If I want to connect with my team, perhaps this way. Okay, so that's... my team is dying there. So, now that I hit the clutch, I can perhaps... I'm just drifting now. I don't know if I hit him at all. I think I clipped his shields, maybe? Alright. Ha! Winged him. Though I am being repulsor stationed. It is difficult to chase this guy in a heavy fighter while I myself am not equipped for chasing fighters at all. I used my loadout, but I used it wrong, you see. Airburst Hwacha might be a decent plan. Shield penetrating Hwacha might also be a decent plan. Having neither of those things is questionable at best. We've killed something. Locked on, yay. Yeah.
Yes, keep them on the left side.
They got a repair
Much
off.
better. Oh, wait, I even found a spot where you can stand on the outside of the ship.
I'm being repulsed.
How does this keep happening?
So, I think it is a real failure to plan here that I don't have a forward boost. Yeah. I see, I see. I've exploded. Bounty, bounty, bounty. Let's go with the mining operation. Right. I vote for either crew or fighter pilot. And we'll find out what I get. Ah, the 10v10 server is going offline. That, I mean, not the worst.
Jeez.
Tap to switch, enter to send, game. Okay, we're all testing. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know how much actual help that I was. You know what? This works. This works. This makes a good breakpoint to go over to Shadowrun. Like, it's entirely possible everyone's just going to jump back onto one of these other servers. Like this one.
Well, bye.
But I think everyone might be hopping off. Yes, yes, I got to do some. I did more than 0 stars of Icarus, and that's the point. Yay. So, now that we are only very slightly into the game, and I did not get any clips for the... Oh, look at that. When did I do that? I'm in the first dimension. Okay, is this better? Hello? Yes, yes, this is better. I am no longer stuck in the first dimension. Totally derailed my train of thought with that one. They wanted clips for a gameplay trailer, and hopefully I gave a bit of help to that by supplying the gun platform for that guy to shoot from. But beyond that, I'm gonna run an ad and head for a bio break. Then we'll get back into Shadowrun.
Did the server die? What happened?
Hold on. They took down the 10v10 server, and I guess everybody kind of took that as the time to call it a night.
Oh, I see. Shame. It was a fun last round, though.
Yeah, I'm glad that I got to be in for some of it. I had a busy weekend, and I'm very glad I made time.
Yeah, I had a blast. I played as much as I could the last few days. All right. Well, y'all have a pleasant evening.
Take care.
Also, if Tree Frog Melody, if you can hear this, you are goated with the sauce. Like, me and my friends who have been playing with me have been commenting on it all week. You're really incredible.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
So, I'll hop out of that call. Okay, we got Frog playing golf. Right, I was going to run an ad and then do a bio break. That's what I was doing. And then Shadowrun. Yeah, that's what the plan was. That's the plan. Be right back, everybody. Okay, back. Let's get this over to Shadowrun. And then, in the meantime, I can process things like, how do I think that... Oh, that isn't Gobsy. What do you know? I can process things like, how do I think that went as a game, as content? I know I was quiet for most of it because my, like I joked, my brain was really revving up laptop fan noises just trying to process them moving in three-dimensional space. As much as people weren't entirely willing to be captains in Guns of Icarus, I feel like that's going to be even more of an issue in this. But I guess then it does filter people out into being fighter pilots, which does give them that flight experience. So it's, you know what, it kind of loops back into itself. It's a good start. It's a good, solid start. What am I doing here? I'm looking in the wrong place. It would definitely help if I started looking in the right place. Yeah. Yes, I should look where I actually keep the game. Now, did I update? I did update that. We're just currently on... Oh, excuse me. A just chatting moment. And we will continue just chatting until I manage to get to the thing. I'll continue with the proud tradition of not actually updating my stream title. Why is this orange? It's not meant to be. Hold on. No, that's... I've invoked something from ages past. It isn't meant to be. There we go. What is that? It's Rabbit. From Winnie the Pooh. He says, "Is anybody home?" And Rabbit goes, "No." "Is that you in there, Rabbit?" "It isn't meant to be." Okay. Glad I got that sorted out. Now, are my captures still working? This is us leaving that party where we fought a vampire. Everything is fine here. Is everything capturing properly? It looks that way. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. We're back on track. Okay, we're here. Is this before or after getting paid? We have pending jobs. Serial killer data retrieval restaurant job. I think I got paid. It's hard to tell because I got paid very little for that job. It was only worth like 1,000. All right. So, let's go do the Decker run. Yeah, this'll be fun. And to get in the swing of things, let's read some... Yeah, messages are done. Let's read some posts on Shadowlands. I know a lot of you are interested in that 50,000 the HKPF is promising in connection with the terrorist cell they're hunting, so I've been digging around for some better information. Think I got some stuff of value. Turns out they had a handler here in Hong Kong by the name of Raymond Black. The HKPF tried to take him into custody the day before, but were forced to kill him in a shootout. Looks like Black and the terrorists are members of the White Star group out of Henan. Isn't White Star all about restoring Imperial China? One of those terrorists they killed was obviously North American. Why would she be helping a pro-imperialist group? You got money, you can buy any kind of person you need. You're on Shadowlands, oh my. You should know that. So what do we know about Black and his band of thugs? Anything we can use to track them down? The data I've been able to dig up says that Black was from Henan and was distantly related to the royal family. He spent a couple decades in Seattle making connections in the shadows in preparation for an attack on the Free Enterprise Zone. I've attached some dossiers on his remaining agents. You sift through a long stream of data detailing who you and Duncan are. While the general details about your name and life are correct, many of the small details are wildly inaccurate. You are listed as having lived in Laos for the past 4 years, while Duncan is noted as having spent most of his life in prison. You move on to peruse Gobbet and Isabel's ostensible biographies. The dossier lists Gobbet's real name as Yu Chun Gui and her place of birth as Jian Shanxi. According to the contents, she is 23 years old and served with the Baihu corporate military until conviction for insubordination led to her dishonorable discharge. While you can't be certain Gobbet doesn't speak Mandarin, the idea of her being in the military, any military, is downright laughable. Isabel, in turn, is listed as Fatima Abukar. Apparently, Isabel was educated at an early age in terrorism and piracy by the revolutionaries of the Ethio-Malian territories and is wanted in connection with the bombing 2052 bomb attack on the French embassy in Johannesburg. Given that you know Isabel grew up here in Hong Kong, this information appears to be as laughably incorrect as your own dossier. Thread Posy Bash. Matrix Bard says, "All right, folks, we're trying it again, this time under a super secret code name. There's no telling how long this'll last, so let the bashing begin." Whoops. I skipped past whatever Snozbert said. Poetry, people, not complaints. A thief on the run. A silencer in the dark. The rat shaman lurks. Jivebird. Got one for the coyote shamans, too. An unbound trickster. This shaman fears no peril. Wily coyote. On a roll, Jivey. Here's another one, if Mad can stand it. Pulses of light glance off bright chrome. Translucent spheres encase my treasure. Mirrors and tubes and neon implode. Another day in the Matrix. Hey, I can do traditional. I happen to prefer the haiku because less typing. Gossamer tresses, infinity in your gaze, very pointy ears. This is the guy who derailed it with like an overtly combative to the idea of doing a poetry jam limerick last time. This seems like, you know what? Maybe he's being racist. It's a poem about elves, but maybe he's just like knows one of the guys he's talking to is an elf and is just being racist with it. Extra points for using gossamer correctly in a sentence. I like elves. I'm not surprised that this internet troll would be into elves. Imagine that. Jivebird is still the master of the haiku. In fact, oh, graveyard creeper, ashen skin, spindly fingers, and claws freak me out. All right, Shakespeare's, this is strike 2. This thread is getting locked, and you aren't doing this again. Got me? This board is for deckers who want to talk shop. There are plenty of other forums that you can use for your stupid amateur poetry. I'd suggest that you go find one. Hello, cat. The cats are not vibing with each other. Cat. 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 You know what? I'm just going to ignore that and pretend nothing is going wrong. Top shelf sublet, available immediately. Like the title says, good location, cheap rent, serious offers only, please. What do you mean by top shelf? As in fancy corp condo? How did you manage that? Nah, man, it's literally the top shelf of the maintenance closet I live in. You're joking. No joke. It's cheap and the location is good, right near the Temple Street Night Market, and it has super fast access, just in case you need to get in and out of the Matrix quick. I'm not the sort to ask questions. There's just about enough space to stretch out your legs lying down, and there's a ceiling hook for your gear. What do you say? I don't know. I need a place, but still. A shelf in a shared closet? Screw that. I've got a sweet pad to rent that you can have all to yourself. It's not Victoria Peak or anything, but it's a bargain. Where's it at? Kowloon Walled City. It's one of the new construction units on the outer edge. I'll throw in a second ceiling hook. Deal? Okay. Message me, I'll work out the nitty-gritty. Seriously? The walled city isn't that bad. My apartment is huge, and it even has windows. I'll beat Harbor Rat's rent. Just tell me what you want to pay. Hello? Ha ha, oof. Decker is such a funny term now. Back when we assumed hackers would all be carrying giant keyboard setups around. Yeah, like there, I say, is no real excuse for a full-sized keyboard if you need to do some typing. But laptops can kinda make it work. They also vastly underestimated the amount of screen that would be used. But that's because the screen was just like diagnostic and you would have goggles. Like, technically, I guess somebody who is actually wearing an Apple Vision is not too far off the mark from one of the gargoyles in Snow Crash, which I reread recently. It doesn't quite hit the same when you're not 14. But yeah, just imagining carrying like a piano keyboard around with you at all times. That's objectively cooler than what we have now, but also objectively so impractical. It's very silly. This newscast just aired. If anyone wants to watch real-time isobar data or Earthsat images of the storm, the basic service paywall on Skywatcher imagery is easily circumvented. The Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency today issued an advanced typhoon warning for the northern Philippines and the coast of the Guangdong Confederation, as Tropical Storm Usagi has grown into a full-strength typhoon in the Pacific. Typhoon Usagi has formed late in the year for such a powerful storm. Meteorologists credit this growing trend of awakened cold season typhoons to global warming and powerful magical vortices in the eastern Pacific, which appears to help drive moist air convective over cooler ocean waters. According to the official release by Lance Inroki of the IJMA, Usagi is now identified as an awakened storm. We have observed strong lightning activity, electromagnetic anomalies, and extreme concentration of awakened seabirds along its edges. Awakened storms exhibit anomalous physical and magical behavior. Many experts believe they show reactive intelligence and possibly even self-awareness, and will resist making landfall to prolong their lives, even holding position against prevailing winds. Study of these storms is inhibited by their extreme environmental conditions and astral turbulence. In physical strength, Usagi may peak as a violent typhoon, Category 5 on the Eastern Pacific scale, but will weaken substantially before making landfall. Although Mariner lore is replete with tales of malicious storms, scientists have detected no provable animosity toward metahumans in the behavior of these miracles of nature. Learn more on Wild Storms of the Pacific, this week's episode of Savage Nature with host Bertrand Madoniker. The Guangdong coast will likely have a long precursor battering, with drenching rains but moderate winds as Usagi stalls offshore. Usagi is one of the more powerful storms of the season, but is not unusual. Usagi does not have super typhoon potential. This is gonna be perfect. A long, soft hit by Usagi. Lots of electromagnetic interference, security and corpse all tied up. It's running season. I hope everybody's ready for a high operational tempo. Our fixer is already scrambling for crews. I heart storms. I think some of these are sequential threads. I thought there's not too many of them I can catch up, but since I haven't actually gone through here before, it's, I'm getting post 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the same thing all at once. And the cats have not attempted to maul each other, reading the entire internet one post at a time. Ah, what else do I do with my life? Looking for experienced decker for a discreet milk run on a supply house for purveyors of recreational substances. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. They want a hacker so they can just steal drugs to have drugs. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and a long list of happy clients. Requirement: you must have a good sense of humor. That puts my guard up. Hey, are you willing to give a newbie a shot? I've been in and out of Matrix since I was in school. I raised some creds doing odd jobs, so I've got a hot new cyber deck that I'm itching to try on a real run. I don't know, man. We'd really like to find a long-term decker, and you kinda don't know shit. You said so yourself. Sorry. Oh, come on. You said it was a milk run. How else would a Shadowrunner start if not with an easy gig? I'm being upfront with you. Doesn't that count for something? How was the Stars of Icarus playtest? I made the joke a couple times. I was getting quiet because my brain was doing the laptop fan noises as I tried to process, like, drive and also know where I'm driving and also point the guns at them. I did all right at that. My crew members were generally varying levels of the guns aren't pointed at anything. Point the guns, but I was better at it this time than last time. Also, they have added, like, crosshair markers for showing you where all of your various guns are pointing. And I really like that. That's a cool feature and is extremely useful. Also, I glanced over the server. Playing with Linux, this game is, the conversation begins and ends with Proton. I think Proton can currently do it, because, like, one of the staff, the community manager maybe? But one of the staff, I think, plays on Linux. They aren't coding for Linux. They don't understand Linux at all. They are coding for Windows, and they are letting Proton be the experts on how to make Windows run on Linux. There. All right. And fine. I got a test for you. You hack this guy, Captain Scone, and change his password to erotic massage. I'm on it. Thanks. Done. Am I in or what? Say yes, say yes. Captain Scone, what the fuck? Amazoom, may I introduce you to our rigger, Captain Scone? You'll make a fine addition to our team. Thank you. You won't regret this. You gotta stop getting people to hack me, Gimme, or you're looking for a new rigger next. Ah, you know you love me. Proton can do most stuff fine. Really, the biggest question is usually just if the anti-cheat excludes it. But if someone is playing on Linux, then you're probably good to go to try it more. Also, every time you finish a round, it gives you 50 coins for cosmetics. So it's... I think the server's still up if you want to go for it and just get some flying time in. But, yeah, they've got a pretty good selection of clothing, accessories, and outfits now. It's cool. And we're back to the verse smack. Cosmetics, truly the endgame content of every game. Oh yeah, I was using a two-man ship with a sniper loadout, and the guy who hopped on to be my crewmate was... I don't know how experienced, but like he was a known quantity, and I spent most of that game just sitting there pointing the guns at the center of the scrum, and he had Lochnagar shot on the heavy weapons. So in the Discord call, they were going, "What is happening? Is that you?" Yeah, I got Lochnagar shot. So yeah, I feel like once you've gotten to that level of messing around, though they did make some mention of Lochnagar shot on a tractor beam, and I don't know how that works or what that would do. But the thought of it is terrifying. Come one, come all, and welcome to what could very well be the last Shadowland Poetry Slam. There's something kind of sad about that. End of an era. In honor of Jivebird, I created an expert system that writes haikus. It takes whatever's being said in a thread and turns it into a poem. Mind if I fire it up? Snazzy, you shouldn't have. What kind of poetry slam includes bots? This is lame. Homage to Jivebert. The program stirs, churns out text. 3 lines mar the piece. That's brilliant. Now I can hang up my quill. I really don't buy that a bot can produce poetry like a living, breathing, feeling human being. Sorry. This is bullshit. Despair grips the poets. A machine crafting haiku. The jive bot breaks free. Was that supposed to happen? This slam is now slammed. The program has broken loose. Pandemonium. Well, look on the bright side. How much damage can a runaway poetry bot do, anyways? You fucking people. Let's see. It does seem like a lot of the enjoyment you get from Star Citizen, but in a palatable match-based package for playing with people who don't have a lot of time. Yeah, I like that the servers are down to 10 people. They were experimenting with 10v10 tonight, and we got remarkably close to actual 10v10. But, yeah, it's a lot easier to get a full game when you are not needing to coordinate with 31 of your closest friends. And despite their efforts, no one has yet to come forward. The government of Henan has denied all connection with the terrorist fugitives, even going so far as to state that the White Star organization no longer exists. There has been no word from the HKPF on the whereabouts of the fugitive terrorists. The mood on the streets is nervous. There is no telling when or where these terrorists will strike. For now, the Special Duties Unit of the HKPF remains on active alert, ready to respond at a moment's notice. This is Sunny Chung with Horizon News, signing off. What a load of crap. How are they going to convince us a bunch of crazy terrorists got into the FEZ and just disappeared under their noses, huh? This would never happen if Lone Star was the sole police force here. Sure, because heavily armed terrorists never sneak into Lone Star cities like Chicago and Seattle, only to disappear and remain free to roam the streets after they engage in public gun battles. There's no way Hinan is connected to these people. If they really were White Star, they'd have struck already. Their entire modus operandi is suicide bombings and civilian casualties. If these people are hiding, they're probably on the wrong side of a setup. Sure, because everybody in the shadows is just some bleeding heart fighting the Megas because they believe in freedom. Grow the hell up. We did have a crew playing yesterday between 20 to 30 people, which was interesting. Congratulations. That's the kind of clout that I dream of having. And also, not explicitly the limit, but kind of the limit on that. I was watching a video the other day about this... Oh, shoot. I should remember his name, but I don't. But a streamer who gets just mobbed all the time, anywhere he goes. There's a clip of him, like, standing on a stage with a massive crowd of people cheering for him, and I think actual politicians, and he just yells, "I am now the mayor of Peru," because he wound up on a politician's stage because he was that famous and having people want him up there. It kind of unclear. You were just around for the ride. Oh yes, I didn't mean to imply that it was something of yours that I was jealous of. That sentence is definitely not grammatically correct, but I think it gets the point across. Yeah, like these communities like that, it really gets to the point of being a full-scale community organization. You have these structures that would otherwise be like a moose lodge or something. Right, now another thread. Searching for a tailor for some unusual custom work. I might know a guy. This is for armor? Not exactly. It's a surprise birthday gift for a friend. A friend's drone, actually. What exactly do you want a tailor to make for a drone? A cat costume with soft little ears and paws. Or better yet, a bear suit. Oh, or a red samurai outfit. I have a reference I can provide. Okay. You got a fat stack of Nuyen? This is gonna cost. I'll find the Nuyen. Can you help me? This'll be so worth it. Yeah, I'll hook you up. You having a lot of involvement in the setup. They're a good time. The same community's also doing Warhammer stuff on Tabletop Sim. Oh, cool. Well, good for them. Continuing to exist this long. That's a long time in internet years. Can't get a flight to Seattle. Hey, I've got a problem I'm hoping one of you can help me with. I came out to the FEZ 2 weeks ago for work. Now that job is wrapped, I've been trying to get an under-the-table flight to Seattle for the past week. Off the books, no passport control, that kind of thing. Nobody's making the trip. What gives? Check the news feeds, man. Haven't you heard? The Seattle is on lockdown. Nothing coming into or out of the city without a thorough search for at least another week. They caught some smugglers trying to remove some really nasty stuff in through a covert landing at Discovery Park. That seems like a bit of an overreaction. Tons of awful Not like this. You didn't hear it from me, but I have some friends with ice. Yuck. They say whatever it was set off the radiological alarms of the Coast Guard ship that was sweeping the area. We're talking fissionable material here, enriched and ready to go in a bomb. No way! I don't buy that for a second. More likely some corp had an accident with one of their ships and dumped some radiological material. They just don't want to admit it, so City Hall is covering their asses. Don't dismiss the news so lightly. The smugglers were carrying cargo for Winter Night. It's only pure luck the cargo was intercepted at all. Who the hell is Winter Night? Sounds like a goblin rock band. Not who. What? All you need to know is this. Winter Night is bad news. You cross them, they destroy your life. You ever run into any of them on a job, I suggest a solution that comes in 7.62 millimeter. Okay. One more. Thread looking for Decker. Looking for an experienced Decker for a discreet milk run on a low-level corporate lab. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years. So it didn't work out with Amazon. Requirements. You must have a good sense of humor. You must not take experimental stims during runs. Weren't you just looking for a Decker a little while back? I saw your ad, but I was wrapping up a one-time run with an old partner who's moving away. I'd be interested in meeting. Isn't Muffin Top Ninja your phys ad? Someone call my name? Hey, MTN, long time no beer. We gotta catch up, Sensei. Bring me on as your Decker. I guess the kid who answered your last ad didn't work out? Ah, that's an understatement. I think we can count on you to not consume any drugs during runs. Most specifically, drugs that were part of the payload. Fatal experimental drugs that were part of the payload. Oh. That's not even a rookie error. That's just lack of common sense. A real shame, that. Anyways, I'm glad you're on board, Runs. We're not going to have a problem with you. Oh, I can't wait to see how that one goes wrong. Want to trade eyes? We'll take anything. Huh. Oh, I see. I acquired a huge supply of cutting-edge cybernetic eyes. My fence did a runner, so I've got eyes up to my eyeballs, as it were. Make me an offer. They've got the whole 9 yards, 2010 vision, camera, low light and thermographic modes. One size fits all, sold in pairs only, box set. One size fits all? Colors, brown, blue, violet, hazel, green, green flecked with gold, chrome. And you've got to install them yourself. Trade you a Ranger Arms SM3. Comes with a matching briefcase. Deal? Message me. Can I swap you my old cyber eyes for a new set? Seriously, anything but that. Can I buy one blue and one brown eye? No, but you can buy 2 pairs. Ha ha. Oh, there we go. Thread looking for Decker. Looking for experienced Decker for a discreet milk run, picking a very special access card off a wage slave. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Requirements. You must not take experimental stims during runs. 2. You must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs. 3. You must have a good sense of humor. Knock, knock. You said a good sense of humor. It's a joke, see? At this point, we're actually more interested in hiring an experienced professional with a mature adult's impulse control. We've had some bad luck with our Deckers lately. The last one had 2 left feet and couldn't seem to stop stumbling into containers full of volatile substances. Captain Scone is the rigger. Poor runs with scissors 2056. Although, looking at her name, we probably should have known. So basically, you guys are desperate for a Decker. Has anyone else contacted you? We can wait. Meet me. You guys are starting to get a bad rap, you know. Jinxed. Oof. I'm sure we've all been there. We just need one more, just one more competent adult. One more competent adult who isn't going to completely reinvent ways of screwing up. Please, just one. All right, a blank featureless sleep. Sweat-soaked and starving. You feel uneasy, but you can't say why. Good thing I've got my puppies with me. Let's talk to Reliable Matthew before we leave. Hey there, Reliable Matthew. Reliable Matthew stands quietly in his drone lot, arms hanging limply at his sides. He stares silently at the ground. This isn't the soft-spoken style of many Hong Kongers. He looks sad. Hey, Tentacle Panther. What's going on? Matthew mumbles something under his breath. After a moment, he looks up suddenly. Can you do me a favor? I can't leave the lot right now. Hi, Mesmer. How you doing? What's the favor? I was supposed to pick up my medicine this morning, but I overslept. Can you get it from Ambrose for me? 10-armed Ambrose? Sure. Thanks. Oh, the doc, like the actual doctor. I thought he was sending me to the drug dealer, but no, like he... Actual meds? Just finishing your 3 ranked matches for the day. Well, I hope you had fun. I was just finishing the Stars of Icarus Icarus? The Stars of Icarus playtest. It's possibly still running, actually, but most of the crowd left. All right. Okay. Yeah, so he's just going to be joking about doing surgery on him. Anyways, I'm here to pick up Reliable Matthew's medicine. Really? Well, okay. A Waldo arm opens a cabinet and crackles through packaging. In a moment, it swings over to you, holding a plastic cylinder about the size of a roll of breath mints. Here you go. What are these? Sorry, I can't discuss a patient's treatment without permission. Confidentiality and Hippocratic oath and all that stuff. All right. Well, I'm going to look at it at least. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about recreational drugs or actual drugs. Cool Blue Jazz, non-smoker version. It has a stylized illustration of a laid-back lounge lizard of a man wearing a zoot suit and smoking a cigarillo. Through the semi-transparent plastic, you can see a stack of what look like tiny pills or chips. And again, gang bites me. Pocket the cylinder. Gonna need to watch that back. You did get the Lanternist A skin. Nice. Yeah, I spent long periods of time in utter silence as I tried to process existing in a space while facing my camera out the left window, continuing to steer the ship with unmodified controls, and also just remembering all of the controls for that, because you got your throttle, you got your directional thrusters, and then you've got the mouse is for tilting. Oh, there was so much going on, and I did like at least a C+, maybe even at least a B- performance. Did I get his medicine? Yes, I did. Really, that's great. Give it to me. What is this stuff? It's my medicine. It makes me feel better. Makes all this okay. Here, give it to me. Well, all right. Cat in the doorway. Matthew hastily takes the cylinder from you. His hands shake as he dispenses a single chip from it. He pulls back his hair and slots the chip into a hidden data jack. He stands stock still, eyes closed. His eyelids flutter. A ripple moves through his body, and then his eyes snap open. He flashes you a vacant grin. Hey, beautiful. Boy, am I glad to be back. That day was a little dreary there for a while, but now I'm back and I'm in fighting shape. He pulls a fresh cigarillo from his pocket and twists off the auto lighter tip with gusto. It ignites with a faint crackle. Time to push some tin. You just slaughtered a synthetic personality. No siree, beautiful. This puppy's authentic. Genuine authentic. Authentically awesome. Wow. Smell that fresh air. Feel that victory. Some lucky soul is going to get a great deal on a drone today, Tentacle Panther. All thanks to you. High five, Matthew. Whoa! Boom, 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 boom. Catch you later, hot stuff. So, like, what would it have cost me to know about that? A biotech of 4 would have done it. I have a biotech of 0. All right, then. So that would have been a full 10 points of karma. I'm just not very interested in meat, you know? Okay. What can I do here? I can talk to Maximum Law. Hydrate. Show me what you got. I have the fancy Slim Case 10. So that's already the best he's got. I could take another ESP. I have a lot of points in running those. A shield, an exploder. I run Sniffer, so I should bring Attacker. Yeah. See you later, Law. Okay. Maybe I should talk to the gun seller. As you pass in front of the walled city, something takes hold of your chest and squeezes. An internal pang, like a panic attack, but worse. You feel your chest compress, and for a minute the world turns to liquid. It takes all the effort you can muster to keep from falling over. A strobing patchwork of images flashes before your eyes. Fragments of dream and sense memory all stitched together, playing on a loop in your head. Walled city residents kneeling, the churning sound of grinding gears. Leaning buildings, soiled streets, used needles on a sidewalk. The images come faster and faster. Teeth. Thousands and thousands of teeth. The Redmond Barons and the first man you ever saw killed. A crown of ivory over a shimmering veil. Duncan at age 10, his legs pumping, running for his life from a pack of Halloweeners. Strange anatomy that doesn't make sense to your logical mind. A door. A heavy industrial door. Something is written on it in faded yellow paint, but you can't make it out. And just like that, the slideshow ends. The images fade to nothing, returning you to the Haoi streets. The outermost facade of the walled city towers over you, huge and oppressive. A group of kindly Chang's blue lanterns pass you by, oblivious to the event that just took place in your head. Okay. Walk it off. You take a step forward, then another. You still feel woozy, but you don't need to take a knee. The event, whatever it was, is over. Your mind is your own. Wampor Garden. Bring the Decker. Bring the Duncan. Bring the rat. Rats, rats, we're the rats. Da, 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 da. Continue. Excuse me. Whampoa Garden, a carnival of chrome and neon, rife with every manner of technology and artifice one can imagine. The entire area has the feel of a night market, save that chips are sold in lieu of steamed buns, and vendors hawk the latest drones rather than folk art. Something stalks these streets, hiding just out of sight. It stalks the Whampoan elders, the leaders of this band of tech-savvy squatters that have claimed this neighborhood as their own. The streets smell of ozone and fear, and those Whampoans you pass in the MTR station have a haunted, furtive look in their eye. While the killer has only struck at the elders thus far, it may only be a matter of time before ordinary residents are menaced as well. So, we'll swap on over to our mage, our shaman, and we'll give her the thing that works. And I've got my combat drone, and I've got my flashbang drone that also has regular grenades, I found out. That's cool. And maybe I'll find an even cooler drone while I'm out here. I have karma available. What am I going to spend it on? I could get extra body for extra hit points. I could get quickness. Overwatch. That... I don't know if that would apply for the drones. Something to think about. Six points of charisma would get me one more. But then so would 6 points of intel. The streets of Whampoa Garden are slick with rain, glittering under the neon glow of myriad signs and holographic displays. The sky reflects the same glow, painting the white apartment blocks the sickly orange of sodium streetlights. The smell of grilling meat mingles with other, rarer scents: ozone, engine oil, and high-tech fabrication facilities. Despite the hour, there are plenty of people out and about. You can hear the calls of street vendors and touts, urging people into their stores. Isabel wrinkles her nose, scowling darkly. She wraps her arms tightly around her chest, staring off into the distance.
Is there a word for feeling nostalgic for a place you can't wait to leave again? I don't miss this place, but I miss the feelings I had when I lived here.
Not that I know of. Whoops, clicked the wrong button.
No, it's not Saudade. It's close, but... This place seemed like heaven after the walled city. Like the whole world had unfurled in front of me, and anywhere I turned was the promise of a good life. Turned out this place was just as crappy as everywhere else. Everyone was still in it for themselves.
That's a great life lesson, Iz. I'm serious. At the end of the day, life's a raw deal. You've got yourself and a handful of friends, and that's it. Nothing else. Duncan casts a sidelong glance at Isabel and Gobbet, shaking his head. You got some strange ideas about life. Sure, life's a meat grinder, but come on. There's gotta be more to life than just surviving.
Does there? What makes you the authority on that? I'm done talking about this. Anyway, we're looking for the Whampoan elders. They're going to be in the Whampoa itself. That's the big ship down the street.
It's the mole shaped like a boat, right?
That's the one. Someone thought it would be clever to make a uniquely shaped mall.
Alright, that's the Whampoa. This is some kind of street stall. Hello, cluster of people with umbrellas. I heard that he's not dead. Not just dead, he's been all cut up. I don't know, I don't feel safe around here anymore. Better find someplace indoors to sleep, Yan. The streets are dangerous lately. It's a fair bit going on. I want to buy a dumpling. This guy has a dumpling cart. I want to buy a dumpling. Nuts to that. An unusually fleshed out area for not letting me interact with any of it. Well, that's... boy. This place is geared. Ooh, arcade. Hey there, Elder Ang. This orc woman is festooned with small circuits, tiny trid screens, and speakers. The trid screens display snippets of trid broadcasts from every corner of the world. The tiny speakers play counterpoint with a susurrus of voices speaking Sparathiel, Punjabi, Kazakh, and other languages. Her expression is haggard, and she fidgets with her fingers as you approach. Welcome. Welcome to the Wamhua, my friend. I am Elder Ang, and these are Elders Tang and Ip. Ang gestures to the elf and human, who each incline their heads respectfully. Thank you so much for answering our request for help. We had nowhere else to turn. Least I can do. Under Tang's skin, glowing tattoos writhe and change shape. Tigers become cranes and move on to dragons. We're under threat. One by one, we elders are being hunted by some monster. As you may have noticed back when you arrived, there's been another killing just tonight. Ip crosses his solid chrome arms. Holographic readouts dance constantly over their surface, displaying diagnostic information about their state, operating temperature, servo pressure, and a variety of other minutiae. He looks past you towards Isabel. The prodigal daughter returned once more. I didn't expect to see you back aboard the Wamhua in my lifetime, Isabel. When you disappeared, Elder Yatund was very put out. I'm glad you're still alive. When you chose to walk your own path, I was disappointed, but I understood why you had to leave. I hope my lessons have helped you prosper.
Didn't expect to be back either. Work takes you places.
Isabel shrugs. A moment later, she places a hand on her pistol, eyes trained on the Ip's shoes.
I don't cart this around for fun, Ip. The lessons kept me alive.
Isabel blinks several times, then looks up at Ang, her expression clouded.
Where is Yatund, anyway? I expected her to be here.
Ang shakes her head sadly. She reaches out a hand towards Isabel, who shrinks away from it. She's dead. So are Gan and Nakamura. And Tong was just killed tonight. So much blood. You have to stop this from continuing. That's what we're here for. We'll stop the killings. Thank you, Isabel. Ang lifts a hand, wiping away tears from her eyes. What can you tell me about the murders? They started 2 weeks ago. The first to go was Gan. We found him in his apartment, eviscerated. Ang swallows, grimacing at the painful memory. He'd been torn apart. His head had been ripped completely off and most of his skin flayed away. There was so much blood it took us a week to clean out his apartment. Tang nods, running his palm over his forehead. The rest have been the same. All was at night, all was dismembered. Each scene is like a nightmare. And every time, nobody has seen anything. It's like a ghost. What happened to Tong? The same thing that happened to the rest of the victims. Evisceration and dismemberment. We sent a guard to keep people out of his shop, but he'll let you in. When did he die? Sometime early tonight. He'd locked up his shop, but Ip stopped by to ask him about some skill chips he had. The door was unlocked, and inside... Ang lifts her hands helplessly. She opens her mouth, but no words come out. Inside looked like a bad horror sim. just like all the other murders. It had to have happened after sundown, because I saw his shop was open for dinner when I was on my way to get some noodles. Saw his shop was open when I was on my way to get some noodles for dinner. Alright. Why not call the police? The Hong Kong police force isn't welcome here. They've tried to force us out several times before, or come hunting for someone to pin a crime on. We do a lot of favors for local gangs and triads. Handle their matrix security, fix up their gear, and make sure they have access to the Hong Kong Shadowlands hub. We're too valuable a resource for them to lose, so they protect us when the HKPF or anyone else decides we are an easy target. They handle our physical security, and we make sure to send the message via the Matrix. The last time the HKPF made trouble, we started airing the Assistant Chief's dirty laundry over the Trid. They got the picture and backed off. Alright. Any new enemies lately? Not that I can think of. We keep to ourselves. We buy and sell technology. We're not mercenaries or criminals. We're merchants and deckers. And even if someone was cheated in a deal, this kind of response is unthinkable. Whoever did this, it wasn't human. The violence and savagery, it's a monster, whatever it is. Plenty of metahumans are monsters too, Aang. Just because it's horrible doesn't mean it's supernatural. What do the elders do?
They make the rules and kick people out who don't obey them. They're a bunch of petty tyrants, that's what.
You're being unfair, Isabel. Our laws are for the good of the community. We keep the Whampoa and its residents safe. We review trade agreements with outsiders to see if they're good for the community. We provide a guiding vision, like a town council.
All right.
I'm glad you understand. This community is fragile, and the authorities bear us a lot of ill will. A single misstep could spell our end. I am the invoker of sprites. I commune with the spirits of machines, ask them for blessings, and pass those blessings on to the people here. I heal the sick and ensure the feng shui of our habitats is as good as it can be, given our confines.
She's a shaman, that's all. She's just got some kind of kooky spin on it. Claims her totem is some kind of all-encompassing machine god that lives in circuitry.
Isabel pats her deck, looking at Aang.
Ancient gods and ancestors are one thing. My deck? It's mine. I built it. The only spirits it's got in it are the ESPs I loaded up with.
Aang gives Isabel a look of deep sadness. Just because you cannot see or touch a thing does not mean that it does not exist. Just because you do not believe does not mean it doesn't protect you from afar.
I can't touch programs either, but at least I can prove they have an effect on the physical world. Your superstitions are just that. Bullshit. This guy treats drones like they're living things.
What exactly do you do, Tang? Tang extends his arms, palms up. As you watch, the tattoos therein shift into a complex mathematical formula. I am the first and glorious servo. I study patterns, repair machinery, and teach others how to attune themselves to the wonders of automation. The blessed Autofab is my shop and purview, where we make the drones we use and sell. As for me, I serve as the resplendent voltage spike. Ip smiles crookedly. That means I shoot people who try to screw with us. It's a fancy title for head of security. Alright, that'll do for now. It might be wise to ask the residents of Whampoa Garden if they've seen or heard anything after you've gone to Tong's Sensory Carnival.
They may have seen or heard things we have not.
Good to know. All right. Wampua Garden. Oh, okay. I thought I was going, like, all around the boat, but no, that was the boat. And now I'm going back to see stuff. So yeah, let's start with the body. Let's start with... Porter Lamb, at your service. The elders told me that you'd be coming. They tell you about what happened to Tong? Just the basics. Well, nothing basic about this. I've seen people shot, stabbed, beaten to death. Hell, I've seen a corpse that was so dry and desiccated I could have sworn a vampire got to it. None of that's got anything on this. Brace yourself and go on in. That's a lot of blood. Tong's Sensory Carnival looks like a scene out of a B-grade slasher sim. The cloying scent of incense hangs thick and pungent in the air, emanating from the small shrine in the corner of the shop. Unfortunately, it does nothing to cover up the reek of death and clotted blood. Despite the ragged remnants of Elder Tong littering the floor, the rest of the shop appears to be in good order, at least at first glance. Nothing is broken, tipped over, or otherwise ransacked. As you're about to step further into the room, you glance at the ceiling and walls. The blood from Tong's body isn't confined to where his remains lie. Drying blood is on the walls and ceiling as well. Alright. So my personal first question, how much hardware is left in this body? Tong's body is a ruined mess. The destroyed ruin of his face is barely recognizable, and what's left of his body would be best described as savaged. All of his limbs have been torn off, and a pile of flayed skin lies next to the remnants of the Wampuan Elder. The Wampuan's clothing has all but been reduced to rags and tissue by cuts and tears, apparently sustained during the flaying. At this point, the only thing holding what's left of his body into a semblance of human form is the hair-thin fiber optics of his cyberware. Okay, so he's still got his cyberware. Also, I just want to point out, oh, look at that. A hydrate. This may have been from a while ago. I don't know. I just want to point out, that was a very graphic description. I'm looking at it right here. This game is like rated T, rated M at most. There are other things that could be described in much less detail that are definitely not allowed on Twitch. Huh. Frankly, I'd say one of the two categories of things has much more potential to harm people who see it. Hey, look! There's an arm over there. I can't tell what these limbs are, but I guess there are two limbs here, and that looks like a hand in a glove, and there's another arm over there, so and if that knee is still partially attached, then... yeah, I think that's the right number of limbs. Limbs, miscellaneous. Exactly. Gobbet puts a hand over her mouth, speaking in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Sweet heaven, Tentacle Panther. I haven't seen anything like that since Auntie Wong tried to stash some cred sticks in a devil rat nest. It takes a lot to turn my stomach, but we have a winner. This is seriously messed up. I'll second that. This isn't a murder. This is like, I don't know, a feeding frenzy. If it weren't for the skin, I'd say Tong stepped on a goddamn landmine. Sorry to ask this of you, Gobbet, but, could you astral the body? Yeah, I don't know much about magic, but I feel like I feel like this probably left some kind of stain. You're the boss. This is gonna suck. Gobbet closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. After a moment, she opens them again and makes a strange grunting noise. There's no fear here. No anger either, just this satisfied feeling. Tong never saw it coming, and whoever did it was professional about it. Which is weird, because nobody is professional about eviscerating a body, as far as I know. You think it was a hit? I don't know why the killer was after Tong, but it definitely wasn't any kind of mindless creature, or even someone particularly passionate. It was somebody who planned this and executed, and was glad about it. I don't know, it feels like it was just business as usual. Interesting. The walls are covered in splattered and smeared blood, most of which has hardened into a crusty, congealed paste. Thick tracks of it run laterally. It looks like the blood has been deliberately smeared. Hey, Tentacle Panther. I don't know a whole lot about science and all that, but I know what blood looks like when it hits a wall. It's not this. Somebody deliberately smeared blood over these walls. See how it looks like it's got paint trails? That's because somebody used his parts like a brush. Blood pudding. I don't know. They didn't really assemble it into a pudding. It's kind of just sprayed. So they literally painted the walls with blood. Why? Oh, yeah. YouTube tasting history. There's, one of the recipes, Spartan blood broth, Spartan black broth. It's literally blood soup. Do I look like a psychologist to you? Maybe because they're a freak. Maybe they're one of those sick serial killers that sees their murders as art. I don't know. All I got is what normal blood looks like on a wall, and it's not this.
Some people have a bad grasp of art. I knew this guy in Kwantung who used to make music out of stray radio static and panic button calls. Called it Crisis Wave. It was terrible.
Alright, what's through here? A cat. No cat. Desk safe. Tong's desk drawers are open, and the safe that's built into one side has been opened. There's no sign of tampering, and the green light next to the word unlocked is blinking. Whoever opened the safe did it with the key. Inside are several blank cred sticks, but no sign of any with money on them. It's like deconstructed haggis based on what your aunt said. Haggis isn't bad. It kind of just tastes like extra bouncy stuffing. Looks like someone looted his stash. A guy like this wouldn't keep only empty cred sticks in his safe. SimSense editor? This is a Yamaha 95000V SimSynth, a device for mixing and mastering SimSense chips. Several drive bays are empty and all of the chip jacks are empty. The screen is flashing a repeated error message. Warning, requested files cannot be found. Please return drives to bay and try again. Debug. Banging away at the SimSynth's keyboard, you manage to suspend the drive error warning for a time. Digging into the guts of the machine's recent files, you manage to kick it into diagnostic mode. While it's not as good as having access to the full system, maybe you can learn something anyways. Yamaha SimOS 5.23 System Diagnostics Check. Memory, OK. Drive, error. Assist bus, OK. Beginning core dump, please wait. The long debug spew that scrolls along the synth screen is filled with numbers indicating recent files, play lengths, keyframes, and assist peak levels. Based on the numbers you're seeing, Tong's SimSynth has been hacked to remove the peak controller levels from the chips he's been burning. the required operation to make BTL chips. The delta wave outputs for these chips push them dangerously into brain-burning territory. The file catalog for the high-peak BTLs indicates all the files and burned chips should be stored on the missing drives and whatever was in the empty chip jacks. Somebody has cleaned out Tong's BTL stash. Huh. Interesting. Tong's bathroom is immaculate, and the drains are tiny. Whatever killed him didn't leave through here. Let's see. You've mistakenly eaten liver thinking it was chicken fried steak. You'd never what? Eat, eat haggis? Yeah, haggis. I feel like that lines up with the haggis comment. You've mistakenly eaten liver thinking it was chicken fried steak at an all-you-can-eat place. Someone moved the label. Keystone says brain burning. You know that feeling. Oof. I would say don't we all, but you know what? I'm willing to bet that my experiences have not hit the limits of human perception on this one. As awful as it might have seemed in the moment. Hey, Zippy, what's up? The orc is busily snacking on a steamed bun. As you approach, he wipes off one of his hands and sticks it out towards you. Hey, stranger. Nice to see you. Zippy toe tag at your service. How you liking Wampool Garden? I'm Tentacle Panther. Nice to meet you, Zippy. Nice to meet you, too. Now, I was looking forward to me to say hello and whatnot, but I'm interested in giving you a hand if I can. Zippy gestures expansively at the squalid, neon-lit streets of Wampool Garden. This is my home, at least for the time being, and I'd like to stop these killings. Nice to meet you, too. Oh, there we go. We've never met before this, but I know exactly who you are. You are my replacement. The elders had me autopsy what was left of Elder Gon and Elder Nakamura after they got ripped apart, but I didn't want to dig any deeper. So, since I don't know you and I can smell a Shadowrunner a mile away, you've got to be the outsider they asked to stop the killings, right? Zippy tilts his head back, obviously pleased at his amateur deduction. Show off. Yep, you're right. See, I have good eyes. A lot of good eyes. Oh, hey, it's this guy. It's this guy. A lot of good eyes, actually, if you're in the market for replacements. Slightly used, and they come from certified donors, I swear. A hearty belly laugh erupts from the orc, and he slaps one of his thighs in elation. Oh, man, I killed myself. Funny. You a stand-up comedian? With jokes like that? You kidding me? I'm one of the only trained surgeons around here. I keep the other Wampoons healthy. Got a practice down the road. Blind Chad's a pretty good cyber doc, but he's basically an implant specialist, and that's it. How'd you end up here? I did my residency back in the UCAS. Could have become a real MD, too, if things hadn't gone south for unrelated reasons. Zippy opens his coat, revealing a cyber deck. He pats it proudly. I also deck a little, but I'm better at slicing skin than ice. Wampool Garden seemed like a good fit for me. You must have a lot of customers. That's the chip truth. I have to charge to cover my costs and eat, but it's damn near free service. It's always a waiting list. But it's good, honest work. I like helping my neighbors in the community. We all look out for each other. Someone messes with one of us, they mess with all of us. That kind of community is rare as gold these days. How many places have an ethos like us? Not the damn corpse, that's for sure. I've lived a lot of places, done my fair share of shadow running, but this place, it's special. Been a long time since I really felt like anywhere was a real home. Zippy looks off past you towards the Wampool Garden streets. His expression grows wistful, like he's remembering something from a long time ago. I'm sure I'll move again, but not for a while. I'm not done with this city, or these people. So it's fairly peaceful around here. For the most part. Other than these killings, we don't have much by way of problems. We do information security for the Triads, and that makes us fairly impervious to anyone who wants to start trouble. Anyone starts something, we hit him in the Matrix while our Triad friends hit him in the meat space. Some small-time gangs have tried pushing in here before, but they backed off when they figured out they weren't just picking a fight with Tang and his guys, but with both the Red Dragon and the Yellow Lotus. They got the message real quick. Yeah, well, the ones who were left anyways. Let me ask you about Wampua Garden. Sure thing. What do you want to know? What can you tell me about the murders? There's a sharp intake of breath as Zippy shakes his head. Pretty gruesome business. Gan died from a broken neck. Looks like someone wrenched it around and his arms and legs are cut off. His skin flayed away, too. Nakamura had his throat ripped out by someone with pretty sharp teeth. First I thought it was a devil rat, but the teeth marks were all from something with a humanoid jaw. I didn't look at Yatunda. From what I saw at a distance, it was the same story. Didn't seem much point, since I'd seen it already. As for Tong, from what Porter told me, it was Gan and Nakamura all over again. You take a look at him yet? Yep, sounds about right. Damn. I like Tong. BTL business is unsavory, but the man had to eat, and his regular sims are great. Generally all-around nice guy, friendly with everyone, never had anyone mad at him. Ain't no justice, let me tell you. What can you tell me about the elders? Well, they're an eclectic bunch, that's for sure. Now, where to start? Aang's the spiritual leader here. She's the voice of the Wampoans, I guess. A lot of her close friends are really more followers, since she's something of a priest for the machine spirits. Maybe it's a cultural thing for people who grew up here, but yeah, it's never called to me. Still, she makes a damn fine pot of tea. If's the muscle and has an encyclopedic knowledge of cyber and bioware. Definitely a good guy to have watching your back. Not too friendly, but you know how it is. You get a lot of cyber, people start wondering if you'll tear their arms off. He's got moves straight out of Blood Carnival 3 of the Reckoning. Terrible movie, but great fight choreography. What about Tang? I don't know much about him, but I think he's got some kind of fetish for automation. Found him cooing over some trids of automated delivery drones in a warehouse once. He works with drones, has a shop called the Blessed Auto Fab. He was raving about the efficiency of the movement patterns or something. You already know about Tong. Ran Sims, Beetles, skill chips. Gang used to be a city planner before he had a nervous breakdown and got involved in statistical analysis. Nakamura came from Fukuoka and was interested in entertainment. Trids mostly. Spent a lot of time analyzing subliminals and ads. Then there was Magpie. She was the chief decker. Hot as hell against ice, built her own hardware. Salty old woman, though. Never met anyone who was quite as shrill or nasty when she was mad. She was mad most of the time. Tell me more about her. Not much to tell, really. Maybe a month ago she just up and disappeared. Went to her shop one day and she just wasn't open. Nobody's seen her since. Where do you think she went? No idea. One day she was here, next, poof. First I thought she was just on vacation since she'd mentioned wanting to see the Kingdom of Hawaii someday, but it didn't feel right. She would have at least told me if she was leaving. It seems mighty suspicious to me. Nobody else seems to care what happened to her, probably because she pissed them all off so bad. A little odd for her to just disappear, don't you think? Of course it's odd. She owed me lunch, too. She was the sort who paid her debts promptly. You might want to check out her shop. It's all locked up, but the other elders might have a spare key. Couldn't hurt to look around, even though Magpie wasn't always butting heads with the other elders. They wouldn't have a reason not to let you in. What do you mean they were butting heads? Magpie and the others never saw eye to eye. She was contrary for the sake of it. Most of the rest had a grand vision for what they wanted this neighborhood to become. Magpie just wanted a deck. She was only an elder because they needed someone with her matrix chops. The last big argument was between her, Aang, Ip, and Nakamura. Something kind of trivial, actually. I think Nakamura wanted to expand the pirate trid business out into the Matrix. She just absolutely refused. Why? Yeah, it said something about not using up valuable bandwidth for trivial entertainment bullshit. Anyway, it went from there into this rant about how she wasn't going to let Tang expand his drone business any further because it would get too much megacorp attention. They accused her of blocking them just because she could, which probably true, actually. Lots of screaming. Blocking them? Everybody needs her matrix skills for their businesses to run properly. There are other deckers, me say, or Mojnebi, but she had the infrastructure. Their project didn't interest her. She wouldn't even give them the time of day. She's a real hardhead about having her time wasted, but she figures she's not interested in something that has no value objectively. Kind of a major blind spot, if you ask me. Could you let me into her shop? No can do. Not because I don't want to, because I don't have the key. You'd have to get it from Ip. He's taken over all the Matrix infrastructure maintenance since Magpie disappeared. He's not as good at it as she is, or I am, but they're not going to let anyone who isn't an elder take care of that kind of critical stuff. See you later, Zippy. All right, I want a bun. You there with the steamed bun cart, I want a bun. This dumpy-looking man is busily hawking a variety of grilled spherical treats of various sizes. Some are sold individually, some are skewered on sticks, and some are packaged up in sets of 4 or 6. A sign on the front of the cart reads Keita's 1 yen yatai. A cacophony of small trid screens are attached to the cart, each playing a different trid show. Interest you in some dango? Takoyaki? Maybe a nice nikoman? That's a pork bun with a Japanese twist. Any kind of tasty Japanese treat you can imagine. I got it. Maybe some curry fish balls at your speed. Kinda will give you your heart's desire, proving that desire is on my menu. Hell yeah, I'll have some dango. Your wish is my command, good sir. Keita definitely pulls one of the dango sticks out of the cart and drops it onto the grill. A small robotic arm slides out from under the cart and begins turning the stick until the balls of rice flour are a toasted brown color. Lifting them from the grill, Keita dips the entire stick in a tub of sticky brown sauce before handing it to you. The snack has both a sweet and a salty flavor, reminiscent of sesame seeds and soy. The balls inside are pleasantly warm and surprisingly chewy, a bit like eating raw dough but without the attendant chalky taste. Keita leans back, studying you intently. The trid projections from his cart cause his face to be lit in a constantly shifting array of rainbow hues. So, what brings you to Wapua Garden, my friend? Somehow I doubt it's just a street food. Looking into the killing of the Wampuan elders. Keita shivers, wrapping his arms around his body. I've been hearing a lot about that. Haven't looked too closely, though. It's none of my business, you know. All right. What can you tell me about the people here? We're tech heads, deckers, riggers, trid pirates, and everything in between. If I had to define this place, I'd say it's Asia's mecca for people like us. As for the elders, I can give you the basic. I'm a small fry, so we're not exactly on social terms, but Aang's some kind of crazy tech witch. She summons up spirits and casts spells and works as the spiritual center of the tribe. She's a lot craftier than she seems, too. She has this mother-to-everyone act going on, but I've watched her manipulate people into doing all kinds of stuff they wouldn't normally do, and they thought it was their idea the whole time. Magically, you mean? No, I don't think so. She's just really good with people. Ip's a killer, addicted to cybernetic implants. Always has to have the newest and freshest gear. The funny thing is, I've never seen him fight. I kind of get the impression he's a coward. He'd rather let one of his buddies handle a problem than do it himself. All I know about Tang is that he loves drones and does a little decking. Frankly, I find him kind of boring. All he talks about is neural networks, dark knowledge, evolution of machine learning. Just boring. What's with the trid screens? Keita beams and gestures excitedly at them. You like them? I love trid operas. Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Indonesian, doesn't matter. This way I can watch all of my favorite shows without missing a beat, and I can work at the same time. Pirated trid is my other business. I rip the streams in the Matrix, tap right into the corporate feeds, and resell them on chip out here. Keita's face falls a bit, and his enthusiasm wanes. I wish I could pay the bills, but my food cart's a lot better at that. I don't know why, but most of the other Wampuans seem to like Sim over trid. They don't know what they're missing, though. One episode of 1,000 Cranes of Autumn and they'd be hooked for life. I'm just at the part where Overin has confessed her love to Takayama, but she's got to get his mech suit out to the front line on Mars so he can't be with her. Downright heartbreaking, I tell you. That sounds like an interesting show, all right. Eyes twinkling, Keita leans forward in breathless excitement. Oh, you have no idea. 312 episodes chronicling a noble mech pilot and the tumultuous love affair he has with a space station governor's daughter. The pathos, the majesty, the Battle of Lagrange one spans 5 episodes just by itself. For some reason, I guess it didn't resonate with the wider public. I don't know why. Who doesn't want to see a trid show about giant flying robots, love and betrayal and spies? I gotta stop myself before I get carried away. Was there something else you needed? Got any thoughts on the murders? Yeah. Ignore them. I saw the crowd down at Tong's Sensory Carnival earlier tonight, but I didn't know the guy very well. I'm a trid fan. He liked The Sims. Not a lot of crossover between us. Well, see you later, Kata. Thank you for the dongo. Hello, Demergo. What do you do? This man has a tired, world-weary demeanor about him. His eyes track your movements with a penetrating, critical precision. Something about him, the lines about his eyes maybe, makes you suspect he's seen a lot of terrible things happen. He lifts his cup of cheap soy calf as you approach. Let me guess. You're the freelancers the elders are paying to look into the murders around here. That's right. Who are you? Call me Demergo. I'm not one of the Wampawans, but I've been here long enough that they don't think twice about me being here. So what have you found so far? What's it to you? Professional curiosity. I used to be with the New York Police Department as the part of their thaumaturgical research division. Part of the CSI branch, except I did the magical investigation while the other guys pulled prints and checked blood samples. Demergo tosses the soy calf cup towards the nearby garbage can, bounces around the rim and rolls inside. When I hear about shit like this happening, I keep my ear to the ground. Old habits, you know. Seems like you're more cut out for this job than You're a long way from home, Demergo. Sure am, and I like it that way. I got burned out on all the blood, murder, and death. Been here since '54, working freelance. It's hard when you don't know anybody, but the magical detectives are pretty thin on the ground, even in Hong Kong, so I do okay. Elder Ang asked me to look into the killings after the first murder. She couldn't afford my fee, though, so I took a pass. It's not just the money, either. You see that stuff day after day, you pay a price. It eats away at you. You know what it's like to feel all that sickness and anger every day? To be asked to pick up a murder weapon and relive somebody's death? Feel it going into your neck, pleading in the voice of a dead woman for her killer to spare you? These days I'd rather interrogate the living, thanks. That sounds terrible. Yeah. It's more than that. It's a goddamn nightmare is what it is. One I couldn't wake up from for a long time. Sometimes you have to cut and run, start fresh. At least now I can pick my own jobs. I can read objects. It's called psychometry. A little trick I managed to pick up. Don't really know how. I hold something, I can tell you what happened to it, who owned it, how it killed someone, if someone loved it or afraid of it. Useful, but it'll tax your heart. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to read anything you find. I've already told Aang I didn't want any part of this. You want advice, I'll give you that. But I'm not getting drawn in further than that. So apart from that, anything I can help you with? Tong wasn't afraid when he died. He was caught by surprise. Demergo arches an eyebrow. That's not what I would have expected. With the amount of mess at each scene, the victim should have been left behind a lot of fear and pain. Are you sure? Very sure. Tong died tonight, so the astral signature hasn't had time to fade. There's only a sense of perfunctory accomplishment. And it sounds like this wasn't a crime of passion. A planned attack would have that kind of resonance. In my experience, it's possible the gore show is just to throw off anyone looking for the actual reason. Yeah, if I wanted to kill someone and get away with it, I'd try and point the finger at some kind of monster. Basic Investigation 101. It's usually the simplest explanation, but don't discount other possibilities. You think the mess wasn't incidental? Well, he said that it was a broken neck. It's a possibility. Ask yourself this. If the mutilation happened after Tong's death, why would a killer perform that kind of ritual? Serial killers who engage in that kind of ritual don't feel perfunctory about it, in my experience. It tends to be more like they're taking communion. It's a religious or a sexual thing most of the time. If this didn't feel that way, I don't think the killer is actually pathological. Apart from that, do you know anything about the murders? They started a couple of weeks ago. Elder Gan was the first to go. That's when Aang asked if I could look into them. He was ripped apart. Arms wrenched out of their sockets, skin flayed away with a razor-sharp knife. The rest have been the same. Whatever did it sure didn't care about it being a clean death. The funny thing is, the Hong Kong police force was out here a few weeks before that. Maybe a month ago, tops. I know that doesn't seem like much, but the Wampwoods don't usually let the police in here. That by itself is odd enough, but it gets stranger. The officers were loaded for bear. Big guns and heavy armor with NBC seals, the works. They went into the parking garage near here, and there was some kind of gunfight. Never made it back out. When backup showed up, the Wampwoods chased them away. Why would they let cops in and chase them away? That's exactly the kind of question you should be asking, and that the elders refused to answer when I asked. Go take a look for yourself if you want. Watch out, though. The gang's taken up residence in there, dealing drugs and beetles. They call themselves the Red Spear. Not too violent if you don't push them, but be careful what you say. See you later. Alright. We got a parking garage to check. I don't remember seeing a parking garage. Anything in here now that we're in the next phase? Nope. I feel like there was a guy back... Yeah, this guy. Breaker Hui. Oh. And Mojnabi. There... Hold on, you have been mentioned. The man in front of this stall is rooting through a box of music chips with the swift fingers of someone who knows what it is they're looking for. Behind him, a music player pumps out a constant stream of distorted, atonal music. The stall's proprietor is nowhere to be seen. Can you believe this? They've got 4 bootlegs of Echelon 60, the unreleased Enoch Ian Keys double chip show from Brazzaville, but absolutely 0 chips from Shotgun Bloom. This stall's stuff is purely second-rate. Hey man, don't get down on Echelon 60. I saw them when they played that unlicensed show at the old Choco Tart factory out in Suan Wan. The show was amazing, even if the police had to break it up midway through the second set. The music aficionado waves his hand dismissively. The show might have been great, but come on. Echelon 60's old news. They're already being mainstreamed. I saw a Trid ad for the new Mitsubishi Ostro scooter, and they were using Main Volt Underbuzz as the backing music. Made me sad, I tell you. Mojnabi, at your service. Decker technologist, music fan. You're not from around here, are you? You don't hold yourself like a native. Not Wampo Garden, no. I thought so. What brings you out here? Try to find out who's killing the elders. Oh, that's a nasty business. I heard Tong died tonight. I don't really know who or what they pissed off, but it seemed like a really bad scene. I'm trying to keep my nose out of it. Still, I like this place. Is there anything I could do to help? These guys should hook up with the Disco Elysium hyper music people. You know what? I think they'd get along. What can you tell me about the Wampoans? We're a collection of freaks, geeks, nerds, and tech junkies. This place may look like a third world bazaar, but believe me, we have stuff here... Excuse me. We have stuff here that's cutting edge in almost every field. Maybe it's not as advanced as the stuff the Megas have in their development labs, but it's as advanced as anything you can find in a store. People come from all over the world to buy and sell here and work out deals for big shipments. We've got contracts with every pirate and smuggling group in the South China Sea, and every major syndicate and gang in the Free Enterprise Zone knows not to mess with us. Not only are there a lot of us, nobody wants to lose what we're selling. The Red Dragon made a play 4 years ago, but we chased him out. Scooted off back to Home on Tin, and they've never been back. Good for you. That's how you stay alive. It's all about playing the angles. Yeah, it pissed them off, but then we sold goods to the Yellow Lotus at a discount. In exchange, the Yellow Lotus kept them off our back. You don't have to beat up the big guy to win. You just have to make him step back so the other big guys see he's off balance. Stand-up fights are for the Megas. We're about survival, just like everyone else in the shadows. Know anything about the murders? I'm trying to stay as far away from it as possible. I'm not connected enough to hear anything important, and all the talk of monsters is just plain dark. I'm not afraid of monsters, but I don't want to get their attention. All I know is that a couple of months ago we had elders Nakamura, Yatundegan, and Magpie, and now we don't. I've heard about Magpie. Sounds like she was kind of vicious. To be blunt, She's a hateful, shrewish old badger of a person. It was always her way or the highway. She'd butt heads with the other elders over damn near anything. The last fight she had was with Tang or something or other. I guess she ended up throwing some of his micro-drones into a deep fryer and threatening to kick his ass around the block. What was her line of business? Matrix gear. Her shop's called the Jackpoint. Not very imaginative, I know, but she always had the hottest programs, the best chips. Made some killer decks for anyone willing to pay her rates. It cost plenty of Nguyen, but she was one of the best in the business. At least in Hong Kong. If you want to know more about her, you should talk to Zippy. He's one of the only people around here who got along with Magpie. Alright, what do you do? I'm a decker. I used to be a company man for years, pushing code on their servers, smearing the little cyber pukes that would try to get into our secure systems. I made a pretty good living. Had my own place on the 48th floor in a corporate skyscraper. It's the kind of thing the Sims teach you everybody reaches for. The dream life. What went wrong? Found out the company wasn't what I thought it was. Sure, they paid me well and kept me in creature comforts, but I accidentally looked over some misfiled reports while cleaning out a company data store. Turns out one of the company's security riggers had gotten drunk and blabbed about some project or other being over budget and behind schedule. That's not good. It's a fireable offense, right? But I guess upper management was worried that info would hurt their stock ratings by a fraction of a point or two, so they fired the guy. With a 308 round through the skull. That seems drastic. It may have only been fractions of a point, but that was still tens of millions of Nguyen. I'm guessing that went beyond a firing offense directly into murder territory. What's worse, since I now knew about both the project and the murder, I could be next in the firing line. I knew I wasn't worth the expense to hunt down as long as I keep my head down, so I came out here looking for like-minded deckers. I guess I ended up staying because I could get a semblance of community out here, and I couldn't get that many other places. See you later, Mo. Alright, tough sir. An imposing troll stands in front of a stall overflowing with weapons of all sorts. Pistols, rifles, and even brass knuckles overflow onto the rug around him. Hold there! You look like a man who understands the value of self-defense. Breaker Shui at your service, and I can promise you, I can help you defend yourself. What do you say? Want to take a look? It's, well, shock gloves looks interesting. Yep. Nothing new. I'm also looking for information. Yeah? Tell me what you want. Maybe I can help you out. Know anything about the murders? Just that elders have been getting hacked apart. I'm trying to stay away from it all. No sense pointing the crosshairs at my own forehead, right? I'm nobody important, and I aim to keep it that way. What are your impressions of the elders? Can't say I associate much with them. They organize big trade deals with the Lohojoa pirates, the triads, and legitimate businesses. They tell us if somebody's been blacklisted and dispense justice when somebody breaks the rules. Beyond that, they leave us alone, and I leave them alone. I'm just not important enough to be on their radar. You know anything about Elder Magpie? Never met her, thank God. She ran with the Deckers mostly, since you dealt in chips and software. I heard she was hard to work with. I think the phrase I overheard was that she, shrieked like a harpy with a fresh corpse. I don't know, you should ask Zippy. He's a sharp one with the deck, he'd know it better than most. Aside from Tong, who slings the beetles around here? The Red Spear gang. They run up in here sometimes, but they don't cause trouble. Check out the parking garage south of here, though. They usually hole up in there. Step light, though. If they don't know you and you cop an attitude, they'll put you in the ground. Funny thing, I heard there was a shootout with some Hong Kong police in the garage a month ago. I was away in Beijing at the time, so I didn't see it directly, but everybody was talking about it when I got back. Why's that funny? Because we don't let the HKPF in here most times. We shoot at them if they try. Every time they come in here, it's bad for us because they're always looking for a scapegoat. Why would the elders let them in? Nobody knows. Well, see you later. I wonder if there's an HKPF heavy in here. gradually killing his way out after getting stuck here. But oh, there it is. But that seems silly. He could just leave. Hey, oh, hello. Is there anything we can do for you? Why did you let the HKPF into Owampo Garden last month? Tong is taken back by the question. For a long moment, he says nothing. When his composure does return, he speaks deliberately and with great care. We generally don't let the police into Wampo Garden, that's true. But in this case, we made an exception. The police were very polite and offered to look the other way over some of our deals with the Lohojoa pirates. Ah, fine streak, Toll Panzer. Fine work. They also made it clear that if we refused, they might not only take an interest in our deals with the pirates, they would call the Special Duties Unit and force their way in. We have repelled the Hong Kong police force before when they've tried to push us around. We could probably drive off the Special Duties Unit as well, but the cost in blood would be high. Since they weren't hunting a Wampoan, we saw no reason to refuse their request. Who were they here for? They didn't say, and we didn't ask. The HKPF isn't exactly forthcoming about their business, and we found the less we know about their interests, the better it is for Wampoa Garden. When you take an interest in the police, they return the favor. As far as I know, they went into the parking garage, there was a gunfight, and the police never came out. More showed up a few hours later looking for their missing officers. We didn't let those in, though. We just delivered what was left of the bodies to them. Why didn't you let them in? We were willing to allow the group of 4 in because they asked politely. When the reinforcements arrived, there were over 30 of them. We couldn't risk the rest of the police setting up camp in our streets. It would have been a circus and disrupted our lives and businesses. Why didn't you tell me about Elder Magpie disappearing? Why would we have? Her departure from the Wampoans isn't related to your investigation. It happened just before the killings began. I'm certain she's just off sulking somewhere. No doubt she'll come waltzing back next month, all full of attitude that life dared to go on without asking her permission. If she does, we'll welcome her back. Despite our problems with her behavior, her skills make her extremely valuable. I've taken over maintenance of our Matrix infrastructure in her absence, but I'm nowhere near her level. The best I can do is ensure nothing breaks down until she returns. I'd like to take a look around her shop. Do you have the key? Yes, but there's a lot of sensitive equipment in there, including our community servers. We don't let anyone who's not one of the Wampoan elders in there. Why would you need to look around there? Magpie's automated systems might have access records for the killer's wireless devices. If I can get a dump of the access logs, I might be able to find the killer. I was under the impression that the killer was most likely a monster or animal of some kind. All of the bodies have been marked with bite and claw marks. Are you suggesting we're dealing with something sentient? That seems unlikely. I'm not convinced that the killer is a monster, no. Very well. Take the key and look around. Just don't break anything or shut the servers off. Anything else? Not for now. You there. Who are you? The woman sports brilliantly hued hair that shifts colors, scintillating with every passing moment. She is powerfully built, a natural athlete or someone who works out a great deal. Notably, a large shotgun rests on an arcade cabinet next to her. Excuse me. She affords you a short glance as you approach. When she speaks, you note a peculiarly lyrical accent to her voice.
Something I can help you with there, friend. You're throwing off my game, and I'm trying to beat my best score.
Tank War Europa? I haven't seen one of those in years. The woman's mouth twists up into a wry grin.
Hi, me neither. Managed to find this one nearby accident, but I heard the music and thought, hold on there, Rainbow. You know that tune.
After a few moments, Rainbow's game is suddenly over, her tank obliterated by a barrage of air-to-ground missiles. She hisses her breath through clenched teeth.
Piss on your ma, right robbery, that was right then.
Rainbow shakes her head again and turns to face you fully.
You don't seem like them wamp ones. They were my touched, yeah. Maybe you are too, but you don't really advertise it like they do. What's your story?
Looking into the murders that have been happening around here.
Ah, that's some nasty work. Bodies hacked up, chunks bitten out of them. Make sure you're loaded for something big and ugly, that's for certain.
Where are you from? I can't place that accent.
Born and raised in Dublin, down on the banks of Liffey. Spent most of my early life there, working security on sacred spaces. You know, historical sites or underdeveloped land. The green movement was big in those days. It was a bit like being a park ranger, but it sure didn't beat some dead-end desk job. Spent a lot of time around country Dublin and Wicklow. I always loved animals, and I found out being a ranger put me in close with them. It was a good time, yeah. Making sure the body new species like the bogies and the centaurs didn't upset the ecology of Wicklow National Park much. Also kept the nastier bits like the Equisgate.
Gaelic. Ugh. Not to say the Gaelic is disgusting, it's just say that Gaelic is not unlike choking on something if you don't know how to pronounce it.
From running amok across populated areas.
An Ichizgi. An eat whiskey?
Ah, Ichizgi. Whiskey's the word for water, which is how whiskey's got its name.
Oh. I knew that.
It's a cannibal horse, basically. If you've never heard of an Ichizgi, be glad. Drags you into bogs to kill you. Sometimes people call them kelpies on account of the water plants they pop out of. Anyways, as I was saying, problem was I started to develop this wee knack. Just a small thing. Keep magic from working when I'm around. Spells don't really go, spirits fall apart, and the paracritics get real feisty, yeah? To make things worse, this was around the time Liam O'Connor threw his coup and formed Tír na Nog. With all his fancy talk about elves and ancient magic, it was a bit scandalous to have a woman guarding ancient sites that wasn't just mundane, but also killed magic around her. So, I got fired.
You're older than Tír na Nog?
Bang on, and I don't look a day over 25, do I? I am not Irish, not one of them noggins. I'm Irish, not one of them noggins. Pack of punters, a lot of them. What was going on about their ancestral lights and the glory of the past and all that bullshit? Saw them kick dozens of old Irish families off their land just because their ears weren't pointy enough. They didn't meet some stupid arbitrary criteria of old nobility. So that kind of thing brought back the IRA, just like in the bad old days of the Troubles. Scarfers and the new tier didn't pay for the land they took, they just had a pack of bullies with guns. I've always been sympathetic for the little guy in a fight. They offered to pay for my help, so I said yes. Simple as that.
Alright. Gave a terrorist?
Don't be so dramatic. Fixed me up with a cyber stitcher and gave me a lot of the kit I've got in me now in exchange for going overseas to work with them. Smuggling, running guns, making contacts in Europe. Same kind of shithole revolutionary groups do. Seeing as how my own fam got kicked out of their house, I was glad to do it. Still do work for them these days, but there's a lot less of it. Lady D cracked down on dissidents, but good.
So what are you doing here?
Me? I'm a bit of a big game hunter these days. Get into strange places, look for some kind of paracritter I've not seen before, then kill it. Only the nasty ones, though. No point in hunting a talus cat or such. It's only things like gargoyles, barghists, and whatnot. All the work I did with them in my youth does a good job of keeping me alive. I was out in Jakarta last year hunting one of them Indonesian vampires. You ever heard of them? Call them Layak or Panagolans, depend on who you ask. Head and guts come out of the body cavity and they fly around like a giant messy pile of pasta.
Rainbow bares her teeth in pantomime floating around.
Took me a solid 2 months to track her down, but I did. Once the job was done, I asked myself, okay, Rainbow, where's the best place in East Asia to find some action? So Hong Kong it was. All of the key whatsits here made a bigger concentration of odd critters than you'd usually find in a city. Been spending a lot of time down in the storm drains these days. Heard rumours of a rat king down there, where a mess of devil rats all got tied together in some kind of big awful rat beast. Haven't tracked it down yet, but I figure it's only a matter of time, yeah?
Well, have fun with that. Okay.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to Quark Atelier, home of the finest clothing in Wampur Garden. I am the owner, Master Tailor Wingque Quark. How may I serve you today?
I didn't expect tailors around here. People don't seem too concerned with meat space.
Many people don't. There's a mistaken impression that we Wampurs are only interested in technology and the Matrix, but even technologists need clothing, don't they? And many of us gravitate toward lines of work where added protection is required. I myself am a materials scientist as well as a keen follower of fashion trends.
Materials science, you say?
Fiber-related materials science. Primarily aramid fibers, graphene composites, and dilettantes. It affords me a certain unique perspective when designing clothing that is not only beautiful, but defensive as well. I specialize in high-fashion body armor, similar to the kind crafted by Secure Tech or Vashon Island, but with a much more personal touch.
That sounds great. Ballistic cloth suit, last-gen lined coat. Lined with rigid plates, this duster has handy attach points for cabling to be used with decks or drone control kits. I am absolutely getting a ballistic cloth suit. Do I even have... I equip this. Secure rigger clothing. Okay, I have armor now. Maybe I should sell a drone so I have money. It's fine. Cool, cool. Cool! I have a suit now. Ha ha! I like it. I like it a lot. I'm a fancy lad. You there, Min Wong. Welcome to Min Wong Matrix Materials, aka MVMM. What can I get you? What you got? Nothing terribly exciting. Well, thank you. I was hoping for some bleeding edge stuff, you know? This is Wampur Garden. Alright, let's pop into the jack point, see what we can see. A display case. Is this watches? Bin is full of assorted chips, peripherals, and add-on modules for cyberdecks. They don't seem to be arranged in any coherent fashion, and they are spread across the felt surface. What do we got? Anything interesting? Strangely, the bin seems to be missing parts. There's plenty of storage memory, active memory, and I/O handlers in the display case, but no MPCP or response increase chips, the more expensive parts. Anyone trying to build a deck using only these parts would end up with a glorified comlink. Gobbet gestures towards one of the other displays. A pair of small cyberdecks sit inside the locked case. Maybe Magpie took the chips when she left. Then again, if she did that, why'd she leave completed decks behind? Yeah, it seems like someone's been looting this place. The front of the server's case hangs open, the inner machinery quiet and without power. A clipboard is stuck to the side by a piece of duct tape. Its papers filled with a long list of programs and their prices. A quick glance over the program sheet reveals names like Bugs, 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 and Black Hammer. Undoubtedly, this was Magpie's attack program storage machine.
Somebody's removed the drives, and it sure wasn't Magpie. Here, look.
Isabel gestures to the innards of the open server. Near the back, a solitary red light blinks.
The main drives were disconnected properly, but it looks like she modded the server to have a backup drive with its own battery-based power supply. If it was Magpie, she'd have taken that too.
Nuts.
Ah, crap. This is a Fuji XB1000, and it looks like the battery power ran out a while ago. The XB1000s are constant write drives. They're dirt cheap and have a ton of capacity, but if they run out of power, they lose their data. We're not going to be able to get anything off of it.
Nuts. What about the bathroom? Oh. You search Magpie's bathroom. There's not much in here. A toothbrush, toilet paper, some hairpins, and a collection of cheap makeup. The combination bath shower unit, however, has minor flakes of a dry reddish substance near the drain. Blood. Dried blood. Prying open the drain cover, it looks like quite a bit of it was shed as well. Shit. Maybe Magpie didn't take a trip after all. With that amount of blood, I'm guessing somebody killed her quietly and then drained her body in the bath. It'd make it cleaner to relocate. Doesn't seem to match the killer's other scenes, though. I'm thinking there's a lot more going on with these murders than we were initially told. First, they don't even mention Magpie to us, and now it looks like she's been killed. Something is not right here. Let's not mention this to the elders. If they're hiding anything, they might start cleaning up their tracks better. Magpie's desk is the kind of messy most people only associate with rat nests. Or hoarders. Or deckers. The surface of the desk is littered with cigarette butts, half-finished cans of soy calf, and scraps of electronics. A towering pile of empty... A towering pile of empty instant noodle bowls sits next to it. Their sides are blazoned with Honest Wong's instant old-time Lamian and depict a line of top-hat-wearing caterpillars dancing with canes. I love it. Can I have a bowl? Hey, awesome! I didn't think anybody but me liked Honest Wang's noodles. Flavor like you've never tasted in a package of instant noodles, I promise. See? This one's cheese curry broccoli. I don't know why it never caught on. Duncan shoots you a sidelong glance, mumbling sotto voce. Gee, who could pass up the delicious taste of cheese, curry, and freeze-dried vegetables? Gobbett seems oblivious to Duncan's sarcasm. I know, right? People out there have no idea what kind of culinary delights they're missing. Well, let's search the desk. You gingerly root around in the desk, doing your best to avoid the more disgusting piles and spills. It isn't easy. The desk's drawers are stuffed to overflowing with receipts, cigarette packs, optical chips, and cables. Most of the contents are boring, useless, and disgusting. While searching one of the bottom drawers, however, a low-quality tin lockbox catches your eye. Someone has pried the latch off, leaving a ragged hole where a lock should be. The interior of the box has several sleeves for storing keycards, all of which are empty. A small note is taped to the interior of the box. Spare stockroom keys. The doors in the rear of Mrs. Yang's restaurant, do not lose these. Use only if I am not available to open the stockroom. A stockroom, huh? So who broke the lockbox to get the keys out? Probably whoever took the rest of the stuff. I'm thinking you're right. Whoever tore the latch off this box was in a hurry. Any of the elders could have cracked the maglock without too much trouble, and most regular womp ones could too. This seems like someone who was tossing the place and wanted to get in and out as fast as possible. If someone was after Magpie's gear, her stockroom would be a gold mine. So, assassinating elders to loot their stuff. Where's the... Am I going to the stockroom? Find a key to the stockroom. Okay, okay. Hey, Zippy. How much did Magpie trust you? Some of Magpie's gear is missing. Who'd have an interest in it? That depends. What's missing and what's still there? A lot of chips have been cleaned out, and software too. There's some fully built decks that are still there. Huh. That doesn't feel right to me. A Wampone wouldn't root through her things. It's not our way. Any kind of theft like that is taken very seriously, and nobody who knows how to move chips is hurting for money. Even if they were, the risk is too high. We're a small community. Someone would notice. If I had to guess, I'd say an outsider took her gear and has it stashed somewhere. Can you think of anyone who fits that description? Other than you? No. People do come and go from here every day, but nobody stays. They're only here for business. If whoever stole her stuff is here, they're in hiding. Come to think of it, Magpie did have a stockroom hidden in the basement of some restaurant around here. She was awfully cagey about where it was, though, but I never saw a key. Maybe the gear's down there. Let me ask you something else. Never mind. So it is Yang's. I don't suppose there is no way any of y'all would have. Yeah, no. Not a chance she gave one of them a key. Well, see you later, elders. Hi, how you doing? Hey, Demergo. Never mind. All right, Yang's. Mrs. Yang's. I know the restaurant. Hey, Keita. He has nothing to say. I bought a dongo from him last conversation, and now I really want mochi. I really want mochi. I have a bag of rice flour downstairs, and I have no idea whether that can eventually become mochi. Probably not easily. You've got this game. You need to get to it. You got so many games. Ain't that just the way? Yep, if I want to check this area, I will have to say hello. I will try to be polite first, and avoid killing everybody. That's far enough, guy. The woman hefts her weapon, tossing a nod toward the gangers behind her. This lot's our turf. If you're looking for a fix, you're welcome to trade. If you're not here for business, clear the hell out. You try and wander around on a turf, we're gonna have to air you out. I'm giving everybody the same cadence here. Love the series. Played Shadowrun on the SNES and loved it. I, over the past couple of months, have been going through Shadowrun Returns, then Dragonfall, and then Hong Kong. I'd say if you're going to play all three of them, do them in that order, because the quality of life improvements are massive. Returns was kind of like a proof of concept, hey, we can get this engine working. And then Dragonfall was, yeah, see? Here, we'll make a game with it. And then Hong Kong was, hey, we proved it, we can make a game with it. Now, Kickstarter, let's get a bigger one going. So, what do you say? You looking for a little pick-me-up? A little nitro to give you some pep? Maybe you want some chips, take the edge off. You want it? I got it. Well, what do you got? That's drugs, all right. All right, what happened in the fight here? As far as I know, some police showed up looking for somebody. They got in here, all of them got killed. Whatever they were after was gone by the time we showed up. Used to be a lot of Wampoans living here. They all cleared out, muttering about ghosts and shit like that. You heard anything else about the murders? Nothing much. I tell you what, though, I got a guy named Kang. He was down in the storm drain system last week. Something was moving down there. Big, too. Man-sized. But it wasn't speaking any language Kang understood. Kid beat feet back here as fast as he could. Dumbass dropped his storm drain key on the way out, though. You want to go looking for whatever it was, you'll have to get a new key from someone else. Kang stole his from a city worker. I don't need to ask this. I already know Rainbow has one. Porter Lamb. Okay. Porter Lamb. Alright, can I look around this garage? Yeah, gang or socialite. Alright. Some of these beetles you're selling look an awful lot like they came from Tong's shop. Yes, so what? What do you care? So if you stole these from Tongs, maybe you saw something I can use in my investigation. Yeah. You're fair. It's like this. Broken Thumb Yuan was walking down the street and sees this guy go into Tong's joint right at closing time. Tall guy, hunched over. Had this shitty gray rain poncho draped over him. Now Yuan figured that was weird as hell, so he posts up and waits. He figures the guy'll come out soon, cause Tong's closing up shop. Nothing for 15 whole minutes. Guy comes out, hustles down the street with nobody saying boo. I figure he was waiting for an ebb in the crowds. Yuan sees some blood smeared on the door though, so he goes to check it out. Inside, total carnage. But you know what? Tong's not going to be using his gear anymore, so to hell with it. Yuan jacks the lot of it. As a kid, your mom got a Star Trek RPG that came with a FASA catalog, and the art looked amazing. Shadowrun was featured, as was Battletech and MechWarrior. I got a couple of friends these days who are eyeball deep in Battletech and MechWarrior. Got one planning this whole Living World campaign, and I don't have the heart to tell him that of all the Battletech tabletop games we have played, I haven't actually enjoyed any of them. Oh man, it just feels like waiting for the actual game to start for the entire time. Ugh. Yeah, but those kind of thing takes several years to plan. Yeah, Shadowrun always looks cool. I've only actually played it once, back in the day on Runner Hub. But in that game, there was like a 30-plus minute discussion over how a rule actually worked, and the GM did not have the experience to assign the guy, okay, you're not actively doing something in this plot right now. Can you look that up for me and get the page number so we can sort this out? Also, we didn't end up using that rule. It was just two guys needing to be right for various reasons, and it was painful. I built my entire character. I pitched a character, and they said, hey, this isn't really a good fit for Runner Hub. Maybe a good NPC, but even then, like, not, this... The polite way of saying what I heard was, I don't think this is going to be a very good fit for the kind of games we run here. Could you roll something a little bit simpler, especially as a first-timer? So I rolled as simple as I could, a Street Sam whose entire character build was to fire a long burst with no recoil penalty. And the cats are arguing again. And because we did end up having combat in that game, we were ambushing a caravan, and because I did not specify that I activated my CyberArm's gyroscope while waiting for the ambush, I was not allowed to have that going. So therefore, in the one round of combat that we had, I did not get to do my thing of a full burst with no recoil penalty. It wasn't a big penalty, but yeah, so overall, kind of a bad experience. And then, well, I was on the subreddit, Bams, just the guy. He's like the center of everything. And my only interaction with that guy is him alpha nerding me. So, bad times all around. Bad times. However, I have recently found out that Opti and a few other Shadowrun podcasters got together to make a not Shadowrun game that focuses a little bit less on the crushing forever dystopia and a little bit more on the it's urban fantasy with cyberpunk, and also we have living communities that can have hope for the future and some connection. All right. So let me take a look. You know what? I am unlikely to find this because this server that I mentioned it in is quite active. But let's see. Let's take a look. Tabletop RPG chat. All right. Somebody tagged me in the response to it. They didn't have anything to say about the game system except, oh, that sounds neat. So unfortunately, I was the one leading the way there. That's a lot of cactus people. I'm skimming past all of the actual talking that's happening here, so I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of cactus people in the TTRPG chat. Like a lot. That's so many cactus people. Maybe I'll have to read this at some point. There's a search button. Okay. What if I search for the word podcast? There we go. Fragging Unicorns, the company. Subversion, the game. Big or small cactus people. Very round cactus people. Last time you played Shadowrun, the DM complained you only made combat monsters, so you made a medic. Took a half a second look at something and took so much damage you had to burn edge to live and then do nothing for the session. Well, that sucks. There's DM inexperience and there's DM spite. I recently almost had a character die because the DM had not quite learned the lesson yet of just stop rolling. It's like, okay, I'm gonna... At the end of the confrontation, I'm going to wait until the guy at the top of the cliff walks away, and then I'm gonna climb up and run away. Okay, roll perception. 1. Okay, I guess you get up right now, and then roll to dodge the attack. 1. I'm gonna jump off the cliff again and try to pull the same trick twice. Okay, so roll for it. 1. Okay. Roll for fall damage. It was unfortunate, but new DM. I can't also in-person DM, so gotta be more forgiving of that. And yes, I am. Still good friend. Character would have known to wait like 20 minutes. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I just didn't want to gripe too much because with that specific character, well, now I'm just going to ramble about my own OCs for a while. With that specific character, his pre-game arc, we're still fairly near the beginning of the campaign, but his backstory arc is not a refusal of the call. It's a refusal to let anybody else have any of the call. It was supposed to be like a Wonder Twins situation. He is the caster. He is the bearer, the bringer of light into dark places. And his partner is the stone upon which we build. But he refuses any chance of, like, he's not going to be responsible for anybody else getting hurt. So he ducked out on her, and he's gonna go and follow the visions and save the world on his own. And she can go home and she can be safe, and she'll just have to be happy with that, despite it also being her destiny to be along for the ride here. So generally, that is not going so hot for him. It is established early on in the campaign that he is not particularly well fed and not particularly well socialized after kind of... I guess murder hobo is not a wrong description here. Village idiot rules need to apply in all DMing. Actually, I'm not familiar with that term, so I probably shouldn't agree to it just like that. What are village idiot rules? All right. Where was I? I was talking to a ganger. All right, fair enough. You got his stuff. That's all I know. The guy had to be the killer. That guy had to be the killer. Tall, gray rain poncho, hunched over, smart about how he came and went. See you later. Excuse me. Yeah, there's still blood back there, but it's old. I don't think I have too much I can learn. Ah! Excuse me. Excuse me. Anyways, yeah, if something should happen and Mr. Refusal to share the call should happen to die, we can very easily just tag in the second part of that duo who has finally caught up to him a moment too late. Okay. My next lead is to talk to Rainbow. Though there is apparently a Parker Lamb that I can talk to, and don't suppose you can get me into that garage, can you? No. Hey, do you have a key to the storm drains? Of course I do. How else would I be able to get down to look for strange creepy crawlies, eh? Why'd you ask? Can I borrow it? I want to investigate something down there. Aye, sure. Why don't you step down there, though? Drains are a mite bigger than people normally expect. Best of luck. See you later, Rainbow. That's convenient for me. Where? Oh, there it is. Why am I so yawny only 30 minutes before stream is supposed to end for the night? Weird, bizarre. Bizarre, weird, and strange that I'd be yawning at this point. Hey, a pile of body parts. The disgusting pile of stinking human remains smells strongly of blood and the first stages of decay. The first stages of decay? Interesting. The arms, legs, and organs here are heaped together like stacked firewood, leaking blood and gore across the floor. The parts contained therein appear to have been sliced away from the parent body, rather than torn or bitten. Judging by the clean edges on the cuts, the blade used to sever these parts was extremely sharp. How many characters are in the party? In my Shadowrun party here, it's 4, and here are my 2 drones. Because I'm running the dual drone rigger build, which means my meat body hides behind a crate for the entire fight. And it causes problems when I have NPC followers, because they follow the player character. And in D&D, well, let's see, we have... Oh... Let's see if I can remember everybody's player name. We have... Well, Ealdus Olpert, that's me. We have... Droldesh. I don't know if he has a last name. He is a multi-class paladin barbarian, dragonborn. He's the one who keeps adopting all of the enemies. Because anything with scales, he is convinced he is related to. And we kind of have this dynamic going on where he keeps convincing other people of that. He's adopted guard drakes. He has a kobold named Little Desh that is his brother, even though it's a kobold. One of our recurring primary enemies, a half-dragon, he keeps fighting him in duels at base level and winning. And as part of the divine providence backstory of Ealdus, he's like, it's like, yeah, accustomed to this bullshit being stuff that happens. Of course, look at that. Look at the Dragonborn fighting the half-dragon, convincing him that the half-dragon is his father, and it's like, clearly this isn't true. But he keeps saying that it's true, and he's saying it so hard that apparently Bahamut is getting involved. So, you know what? It might as well be true. Look at this. Do I put on a grass skirt and dance the hula? Look at this. It's the truth now. Cool. We have, Lalia Marylind, Knife Dad, which is to say the halfling rogue who keeps stealing knives. Anything sharp, it is going in her bag of sharps. And Knife Dad loves his children. She rolls a lot of 1s, so it is a very good thing that she picked halfling. Okay, I'm gonna sneak in. That's a 1. Shoot. I guess the halfling... Oh, right! 16. Okay, we're good. And we have... Zara Ruthelthorn, our cleric? Druid. Some kind of a healer class with a divine weapon that is just a big ol' sprig of Brussels sprouts, because she is a farmer and she is incredibly invested in the concept of vegetables. She believes in vegetables. And so far it's kept us alive, so we can't complain. So, the short answer to your question is 4. There are 4 of us in the party. I should also mention that in my scenario where I was almost getting myself killed, I understood the risks of going it alone. In the process of starting a riot, to like a full-on race riot between 2 factions of people that we didn't like very much, so it's fine. I did manage to start some major fires, and those did get in, that and the riot did get in between me and the party who was having a dozen civilian hostages climb out of a pit with rope ladders. I kind of just ran off in the other direction, kiting attention from this red wizard who just always happened to be exactly in the right place to make one more roll to perceive me, to make one more, I guess I'd better check this way. Oh, that is super on fire. We'll hand wave Ray of Frost. It feels like a red wizard should have some kind of a tool for dealing with a flaming tent. So we'll just do that in one turn. And like I said, inexperienced DM, and I am a little bit bitter about it, but the bitterness is that I did not get to look as cool as I wanted to, and we basically just hand-waved our way back out of the situation with Droldesh being the hero. So, these things happen. We move past it because we want to spend time with our friends. Anyways, pile of disgusting human corpses. Is this even corpses? No, this is just limbs. Possibly organs.
This is a whole world of messed up. You think the killer stashed these here? They're stacked. They've been organized.
Yeah, this feels like the killer, unless there's a chop deck directly above us. But no, he's the other block. No, killer. Looking closer at the pile, one part stands out. It's a severed forearm, and it's covered in tattoos. Words in a Slavic language and a shining lighthouse adorn the forearm, and ring-like images are inked on each finger. On the back of the hand, there's a skull inside a square. Whoever owned this arm isn't likely to be Wampoan, as the tattoos look like they were poorly drawn and inked by hand rather than a machine. Most likely Russian criminal tattoos. What do we got here? A storm drain. Despite the darkness, you see something glitter at the edge of the drain. Looking closer, it appears to be a necklace chain of some kind. It's become caught in the drain's grate, narrowly avoiding falling down the deep pit. Well, that's convenient. Also, it's mine. Lifting the necklace out of the drain, you turn it over in your hand. It's a simple silver pendant on a chain. The silver pendant depicts a long-tailed bird in flight. A magpie. Oh, hi there. As you round the corner, you hear voices speaking just loudly enough for you to make out coherent sentences. The speakers are definitely not local. They speak with a slight Slavic accent, and their clothing is heavily armored. Around them are a number of crates and boxes, all mostly filled. Looks like the group is packing up.
Yaroslav says the boat will be ready tomorrow morning. I am bulletproof. Yaroslav says the boat will be ready tomorrow morning. He's gotten everything arranged with the port authority. That's Lisa. We moved the goods to his warehouse, so he'll handle loading them onto the ship, and we can get paid right then and there. I'll be glad to be done with this filthy place. I will too. I hate having to hide in these damn drains. It stinks down here. I can hear the devil rats running down the walkways. It's a mess, and it's disgraceful. We shouldn't have to put up with this bullshit. And Alexander still isn't back from his little trip. We'll have to leave him behind if he doesn't get back soon. I know, Galina. Until Andre says we're in the clear from the triads, we can't be seen with the goods on the street. They find us. We go back to Vladivostok in sausage casings. Those Red Dragon Mudaki don't screw around when it comes to protecting their turf. Who knows? Maybe Alexander was stupid and they caught him. Either way, we'll have to lug this crap through the drains for a few clicks. Several boxes near the two women bear a distinctive label. A magpie in flight. The same emblem you saw stamped on Magpie's equipment in her shop. The orc woman sniffs the air suspiciously, and her eyes dart towards the dark tunnel you stand in. Before you have a chance to get out of sight, she locks eyes with you. The orc lifts her chin as she regards you, cracking her knuckles. What have we here? A curious little pest come looking for things that don't concern him. What do we do with pests, Galina? Galina puts a hand on her shotgun's barrel. We break them, Vasilisa. Incredible! Her name is Vasilisa! That is kind of my guide phrase for doing a Russian accent, because I played through Black Book a while back, a game where the main character's name is Vasilisa, and everyone's... That's incredible. That is as much of a pull as after I finished that game, and its Durak minigame, my sister came over and said, hey, you want to play a new card game? It's called Durak. What? Black Book is the middle point of everything. That's wild. That's... what a thing. So, not the killer. They're robbing Magpie. I kinda want Magpie's stuff. I don't know if I'll get it. Alright. We break them, Vasilisa. And then we hammer a spike through each of their throats, so anyone who sees their bodies knows not to meddle in our affairs. I suggest you stay where you are, pest. Yeah, before anything, I'm looking for a serial killer. Found some... I know what happened to Alexander. If you so much as touched him, your suffering will become the stuff of legend. I promise. Where is he? The serial killer I'm looking for got him. Why should we believe you? I think you're just lying to save your own skin. Right forearm. Lighthouse tattoo. Russian words underneath that. On the back of a hand, skull inside a square. That him? Okay, you've seen his arm. That doesn't prove anything. You could have seen it on him. You want to walk down that way, pull his arm out of the corpse pile I found, you can do that. I'm not going to carry a severed arm around. Yuck. Alright. The scree has returned from grocery... What did you get? What did you get? Did you get fish? Did you get donuts? Question. So, like, here in North America, I go to the grocery store. In the granola bar aisle, we also have a bunch of, like, jujube fruit snacks. Betty Crocker fruit gusher type stuff. Basically, like 18 different forms of just solidified high fructose corn syrup. It's worse in the States. Does that happen in other places? Ooh, chicken burger steak and a spinach and feta pasty. That sounds like a good trip to the grocery store.
whole aisle just for granola bars? It's a section of the aisle. It's the snack aisle. In this one, it's like granola bars next to popcorn, next to... What is on the other side of that? Like, the far side of the aisle itself is candy and nuts and seeds. Don't usually go down there because all that stuff is overpriced. That is true. Yep, that is... Oh, it's garbage. But it's addictive if you let it get to you. Yeah, the food value of granola bars has really gone down lately. I say lately, like... Sure, I used to be a lot smaller when I looked at granola bars, but I'm pretty sure granola bars have gotten smaller since I was taking them to elementary school. Like, noticeably smaller, and less dense, and with less granola value for them. Alright, you took Magpie's key cards. Alexander took one. He said he wanted to check the stock room. To move this gear, go for it. Okay. Anything you can tell me about the murders that I won't know. Alright. Nope, they've been literally living in a hole. Well, it's a good thing that I looked at that arm, but also... I don't hugely care. I wouldn't really feel bad about killing a bunch of Russian mobsters. I wouldn't feel super bad if that Red Dragon gang attacked me. Which cat are you? Okay, yes. You are the correct cat to be eating out of that bowl. Very good. Now, which restaurant am I looking at? Yang's? There might be a sign for Yang. Here we go. It's this one. Let's see. Let's see. That's much. Pack of 6 muesli bars, like $9.80. You want to make yours at home, to be honest? Very small. Speaking for New Zealand... Oh, that's cool, Peanut. You have a snack aisle. Muesli bars are usually kept close, but in a different aisle from chips and chocolate and candy. So... I'll catch up on comments first. You have a snack aisle with muesli bars, granola bars, and health food stuff, and then usually in the next aisle, chocolate lollies and bread. Okay. I kind of want to take some pictures of the grocery aisle next time I'm out there, because for us, we do have those, like, I mean, less now. There are still some fancier brands of, like, these are trail mix bars for hikers. Those are less common than snack foods. It is an expectation that there are kids who are going to school who in their bag lunch are going to have a granola bar. They are, like, often peanut butter, often, like... What can I even compare the size to? It is... It's like... Put 3 erasers end to end, and then make it a bit thicker. Pocket granola bits, like loose or as a bar. Generally, the stuff that is in these bars, chocolate chips, very common. The whole thing dipped in chocolate, very common. Peanut butter, very common. But, like, the structure of it will be whole oats and these... It's either puffed rice or a little wheat cracker thing. Generally just a very sweet, sticky condensation of grains. You look at it, it looks like grains, but also, if you know what an actual homemade bar made out of proper mixed grain. That's a common school lunch thing. You know what? I'm gonna look up a muesli bar. Like, I have encountered the word before, but not often. Alright. Okay, so it is very similar. That looks maybe a bit stouter than the ones over here, but then again, maybe it's just the packaging. Yeah, so okay, those are... Yeah. Excuse me. Oh yeah, the over here, the Nature Valley bars and the green wrappers, infamous for being crumb factories. Also kind of bulletproof to bite through. Alright, storeroom. Cleared out. Food. Oh. Despite the table's crude construction, an artfully laid meal awaits the owner. Several small dishes are filled with pickled vegetables, while a large plate is arranged with long slices of raw meat. The meat is a pale pinkish white, like raw pork, and is covered in a light soy marinade. Poking at the raw meat, you discover that it's surprisingly tender. What's more, it has the faint aroma of marinade, as if deliberately prepared. This is almost certainly a person, so no thank you. Mementos. This box is packed full of odds and ends. It nearly overflows with a collection of knickknacks, souvenirs, and assorted personal effects. There is no rhyme or reason to the collection of items. They appear to have been thrown in haphazardly. Among the contents are chimes from various temples, a wooden mask, and a paper fan. Yogurt topping with raspberries. Alright. Okay, so yes. Muesli bars and granola bars do appear to be about the same thing. What else is in that aisle? Though, I do have to say, the particular grocery store I'm thinking of is a bit strange because, well, a bit unusual, because it used to be a local wholesaler, and they never quite got out of that game. So they're actually amazing. If you want to get a 2-kilogram bag of a certain type of candy, like would be in the nickel bins at a gas station, you can do that. We did that for Halloween. Lamentos. Sounds like you may regret buying them. Hee-hoo-hoo. You know what? Did I ever actually see the first message that... the first message that Lizard sent? It was a cactus. That's why I don't remember reading words. Let's look at the mask. The wooden mask is extremely light. It's been painted a pale white and the surface is almost as smooth as porcelain. Delicate features and lifted eyebrows are matched with bright red lips and delicately carved teeth. The teeth have been stained a deep black. What about the charms? Small charms are square cloth packets, each approximately 1 inch wide and 3 inches tall. They come in a variety of bright colors and are embroidered with characters for prosperity, peace, wealth, and protection. Inside, each appears to be a folded paper prayer or fortune written in Japanese. A pointed comment. I'd say I see your point, but you know, you ever had one of those cacti where it's not a big pointy needle, it's a little tiny cluster of annoying, horrendous needles that are very sharp but also very tiny, so they kind of just give you slivers all the time. That was the worst cactus I've ever encountered, and we owned it in a terrarium for months. Now I'm trying to rank it whether that was worse or better than the time that I sat on a on a hike, plonked down on a hillside, perfect angle, everything was great. Turned out that hillside was just covered in cacti. Like, spin a coin that was the size of the body of the cacti, and these inch-long spikes all over it. I was wandered off into the woods for a bit with a pair of pliers to just pull spikes out of my leg. That was That also sucked. And then I spent the next 18 months trying to get the spikes out from in between the layers of my favorite track pants. Made for a story, though. Hey, a paper fan. I should whack somebody with this and call it an exorcism. Unfolding the fan, you tilt it up towards the light to examine it. The image depicts an East Asian city from the 19th century or earlier, curved roofs at sunset beside a deep blue river. 2 ships sail down the river, which is in turn spanned by a long wooden bridge. In the foreground, laborers carry buckets along the shore as a man on horseback rides in the opposite direction. In the distance, a pair of large red buildings dominate the city skyline. 1 large temple hall and a 5-tiered pagoda. As you step away from the box, you hear a slight click in the distance, the sound of the door's latch shutting. You are no longer alone. Alright, what's going on? Ghoul in samurai armor? Yep. Standing before you is a man clad in heavy armor and bearing a katana on his hip. His skin is an ashen gray, his eyes dead white. His teeth are jagged and appear quite sharp. This is no man. This is a ghoul. The ghoul's blind eyes search back and forth as it regards you. It cannot see you, but you have a sense that it knows exactly where you are at all times.
Ah, a hired gun. No doubt brought to bear against me by the Wampoan elders, a means by which they can lift the curse plaguing them. I salute your tenacity, but I wonder, will you hear me out before raising your weapon to kill me?
Well, you don't seem interested. You don't seem interested in eating me.
Yes, I am not only talking, I am reasoning as well. And since you have not attempted to kill me, your own higher faculties are engaged. I am a curiosity to you, Nekozaru.
The ghoul bares his teeth, breath rasping over them as he inhales.
You wish to know not only what I am, but what I have done. As for who, you may call me Gaichu.
I know who you are. You're the one killing the Wampoan elders.
You are correct. I have killed all of the Wampoan elders to date, though only Elder Magpie was according to my initial plan. I regret the deaths of the other elders, but it was necessary.
Explain yourself.
This affair began simply enough. As you may surmise, I am not someone who can be seen in public without great risk. Whampoa Garden is an excellent place to hide. No police or triad presence, and minimal interest in things that lurk in the shadows. Unfortunately for me, Elder Aang discovered me through communion with her spirits. Rather than kill or chase me away, she came to me with a proposition. Aang and the other elders were having problems with one of their number. An elder named Magpie had been holding many of their plans hostage and would not budge. They could not remove Magpie, however, because her services were too useful to the Wampoans at large. Aang offered me payment to dispose of Magpie, and I accepted.
Why the hell are we talking to this thing? It's a goddamn ghoul. You know what they're like.
Really? What, pray tell, am I like? All teeth and claws and bad manners, I expect.
Excuse me. Really? You want to crack jokes, you cannibal? You're the kind of monster that'd devour a family just because it's convenient. Remember the 162s? He's just like them. 162s were a gang, Woo. In the Barrens.
Like that makes a bit of difference.
Go on then. Talk to the monster, but I'm keeping my finger on the goddamn trigger.
I believe we were speaking of the Elder's plans to have me kill Magpie. Surely you must be a little curious about that.
You didn't clean up all the blood. Found some in her drain.
Ah, unfortunate. I had thought I was careful enough. Having it on my hands must have obscured my sense of smell enough that I missed the last remnants in the drain. I disposed of Magpie's body by emptying the blood in her bathroom. Then I cut her up into more portable pieces. Those were placed in a plastic top, which I took to the storm drains and hid. It's unfortunate, but my survival depends on consumption of raw metahuman flesh. Letting such nourishment go to waste would be a foolish error.
Why the other elders, then?
I contacted the elders, not in person, of course. And they arranged to exchange payment. I assumed that since the job was done, Aang would be a woman of her word. I was mistaken. I arrived at the nearby parking garage the elders had told me about. They'd cleared out the other Wampoans under some pretense, though I'm not sure what ruse they used. The elders never showed up. Instead, several members of the Hong Kong police force arrived. They were more heavily armed than usual, so I suspect they knew something of my nature.
I heard about that. You expect me to believe you killed all 4 of them?
Of course. I have survived as a ghoul for some years now on the streets of Hong Kong. If that isn't evidence enough of my tenacity, I doubt any words I could say to you will change your mind. A betrayal of that sort cannot stand. Not only was I not paid for my time and effort, the Wampoan elders treated me like a common animal. I am so much more than that. Reputation is everything, and I had none. I had hoped to build a network of contacts so that I would be able to continue finding work, but with that treachery, my hopes were dashed. I decided to become the monster that they feared. One by one, I have eliminated them. They know how to contact me, and could have ended their nightmare at any time by making amends. I would have asked for more money, but I would have ceased my hunt. Yet, they did not. Instead, they contacted you, no doubt asking you to eliminate me where the police had failed. So, I ask you, what now? What will you do? Will you attempt to finish what the Wampoans started? Or will you treat me with the same humanity I have shown you?
Can I ask one more question first? If I let you live, what do you do?
Kill the rest of the elders and anyone else they send to exterminate me. It is a matter of survival. Should I ever have the opportunity to work freelance again, potential employers need to understand the price of betrayal. These murders are my curriculum vitae in revenge.
All right.
Oh, what then will you do? How will this story end?
Come and work with me. I'll be your face.
A curious offer. And what of the elders? Will you allow me the satisfaction of killing them?
I want to see what they have to say first.
I would counsel you not to believe their words, but you have the sound of one who is wary as a matter of course. Very well. Let us wait until a bit later in the night. Most pedestrians will be off the street, and it would be easier for us to approach the Wampoa without being noticed.
Sounds like a plan. I really hoped that I would get some tech while I was here in the tech place, but this is a level 1 mission, and there's no way. Hi, Elder. As you approach, Elder Aang's eyes widen. Her mouth falls open and the veins on her neck bulge.
What are you doing? You've brought this thing into our home. Quick, kill it before it kills us.
Oh, there's Porter Lamb.
Oh, I did talk to him. Shoot, who is that?
Porter hefts his pistol warily, but does not aim it at anyone.
Yeah, I have to say, this isn't a good idea.
Why the hell is a ghoul in here, and why is it wearing armor? Calm yourselves. I am not an it, and your elders know this intimately. Good evening, Elder Aang. I can smell your fear, and I'm glad of this. It means you are learning the price of betrayal. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell is going on? Someone explain to me why the ghoul is talking.
Gaichu had a contract with the elders, and they betrayed him.
You dare to accuse us of conspiring with a monster and covering it up? You're insane. The very idea is preposterous.
I'm interested to hear what kind of evidence you have to support this theory, Tentacle Panther. As far as I can tell, this monster killed Tong and the others, and that makes him a threat that should be eliminated.
The elders hired Gaichu to kill Elder Magpie and make it look like she disappeared.
You believe this, vermin? This creature that feasts on metahuman flesh, that kills and dismembers our tribesmen. You are a naive and foolish man if that's the case. What proof do you even have that Magpie is dead?
Aang, please. In matters where an elder is accused of breaking our law, the other elders generally judge them. In matters where all of them have been accused, I am authorized to act as a judge. Make your case, Shadowrunner.
Found a necklace in the storm drains. Porter takes a moment to examine the necklace. He nods at you.
This is definitely Elder Magpie's. If you found it in the storm drain, that's suspicious, but hardly proof on its own. Of course it's not proof. The number of things lost down storm drains in Hong Kong must number in the tens of thousands per year. While unusual, it's hardly evidence of foul play.
There was a large amount of blood in her shower drain.
So what? Perhaps she cut herself and washed the cut off. Or perhaps you are mistaken about it being blood. You are simply guessing as to what happened.
That's true. It's a guess. And even if it is her blood, that doesn't prove the elders hired this ghoul to kill her. The elders have always protected Whampoa Garden to the best of their ability.
She hasn't been seen in a month by anyone. Do you think she would disappear like that?
It would be unlikely, but hardly impossible. You haven't established that the elders were involved. All you've done is make suppositions about it. What proof do you have that we hired and betrayed this creature? I won't sit by and listen to idle accusations without any kind of concrete evidence to back it up.
What about that fight with the Hong Kong police force?
How do you mean? What does that have to do with the elders and the ghoul?
You Wampoans don't allow police inside the area. Why is this the one exception?
The police were polite and asked our permission to enter. They were hunting a non-Wampoan. That was reason enough for us to allow them in.
That doesn't add up. Why would the police ask us for entry now? They've never been polite before, and they've always just tried to force their way in here. That doesn't ring true to me. Did you ask them to come in order to hunt down this ghoul?
Preposterous! Porter, you know what our community is like. We wouldn't lie over something like this. This ghoul has been lying this entire time, trying to cover his tracks. He has still brutally murdered several elders.
That's true. Those murders were vicious and cruel. I don't see any way to explain that away. This ghoul is a monster for how he killed Tong and the others.
Tong wasn't tortured. There was no astral residue of pain or fear. He didn't even feel it.
That's correct. I struck a single blow while his back was to me. His death was instant. Regrettable that he had to die for your folly, Aang, but necessary to protect my reputation.
Aang glares at Gaichu in stony silence before addressing Porter.
You cannot believe what these people say. They are not to be trusted, and even if this is true, he still killed Tong.
Maybe so, Aang. But a monster would not take Tong's suffering into account. He may be a killer, but he's not heartless.
The scene of Tong's murder, like the others, was a deliberate sham. It was made to look more horrific than it was.
I believe you. The blood smeared on the walls, the removal of his skin. That's a scene designed to evoke horror, not the scene of an actual fight. Elders, what do you have to say in response?
This is a farce. We have dedicated ourselves to protecting the Wampoan tribe and everyone who lives in Wampoa Garden. Do you really believe outsiders and monsters over our word? We who have only tried to end the killings. You have been duped, Porter. You and this Shadowrunner.
I concur. Porter, you know me. You know the kind of person I am. I wouldn't be party to the killing of another elder.
I can't believe we're even entertaining the notion that we have to defend ourselves. We should be disposing of this ghoul instead. If you think I'll forget this, you're sorely mistaken. I will not tolerate this kind of insult.
The elders were all too happy to have the red spears move into the garage, almost like they wanted to keep anyone curious about the fight away.
That's right. If you even told me not to go find out what happened with that fight. You said the Red Spear gangers were moving in and to leave him alone. Why would you tell me not to look into that? I was only trying to protect you from the Red Spears. They are dangerous, which is why I wanted to deal with them directly.
Magpie's gear was missing. Obviously missing. Why didn't Ip tell me that? He would have had to have noticed, and Magpie's shop is locked up. Why didn't he want me investigating?
Pure supposition. You think it proves something that I didn't notice equipment was missing? Magpie's shop is always a horrible mess.
Tang, you did a full inventory of Magpie's matrix servers. You assured us everything was running fine and you would be able to continue her work. I find it hard to believe you missed something as obvious as missing equipment, especially while searching her stock.
That's the run of it.
All right. I think I have some idea of what's going on here.
And? What do you believe the real story is?
The waters are muddy on this matter. The ghoul seems to be telling some of the truth, and I respect that. But the fact remains he is a dangerous creature who's killed many of our number. Our law is clear on this. He must die. You seem to be blameless in this, Tentacle Panther. What do you say to this decision?
I say I'm not going to let you kill him.
Then you too must die. Ip.
The Wampoans ready their weapons. Elder Tang, Elder Tang. Well, I feel bad about Porter Lamb. And I wonder if I couldn't have found one more piece of evidence that would have gotten me through that. There's nothing more to get from the Russians. Unless I killed them for it. I didn't actually get to check out that. Didn't actually get to check out the Red Dragon Den. Optional? Investigate the part. Yeah. What if I load the last autosave? Isn't there a rollback? Alright. This might be a full mission restart, actually. Or possibly it's just when I had the guy with me. We'll find out. Ooh, all the way back to the start. It's fine. There hasn't actually been much thinking. Just a whole lot of clicking through dialogue. Don't need to click on that. Da, 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 da. All shaped like a boat. Cool, cool. Y'all pardon me while I go through this entire thing again in fast forward. Hi, elders. Least I could do. Tell me about the murders. What happened to Tong? When did he die? Why didn't you call the police? Made any enemies lately? Ha ha! I can respect that. What exactly do you do, Tang? That's all for now. Good to know. So, can I talk to you yet? No, I have to see the body first. What is this? It's some kind of restaurant. But it's got like a bank teller window. Weird. Just the basics. Man. I feel like I've been in here for a while. Tong's body. Have Gobba to sense the body. Alright, think it was a hit. Alright, cool, cool. We find out that it was painted onto the walls. His stuff has been stolen. Nothing going on in the bathroom. Debug the system. Delightful. Now's the part where we talk to everybody. Nice to meet you. Show off. You a stand-up comedian? How'd you end up here? You must have a lot of customers. Is it peaceful around here? Let me ask you about Wampo Guard. What do you think about the murders? Yeah, it's the same as you described. What can you tell me about the elders? What about Tang? Tell me more about her. Where do you think she went? Is there any place they think I should start looking? What do you mean they were butting heads? Why'd she refuse? What do you mean blocking them? Alright, sounds like she was critical. See you later, Zippy. Okay, I'll do a lap and talk to everybody. Here's the music guy. I feel like I did talk to Porter at some point. Not from around here. Trying to find out who's killing the elders. What can you tell me? Good for you. Anything about the murders? Heard about Magpie? What did she do? What do you do? How'd you end up here? That seems drastic. See you later, Mo. Hey there. I'm looking for information. You don't have any, but I'm looking for it all the same. Why is that funny? Alright. See you later. Oh boy, it's Dongo time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Heck yeah. Looking into the killing of the elders. What can you tell me about the people here? Magically? What's with all the tread screens? Sounds interesting show, alright. Any thoughts on the murders? See you later, Katie. Demergo. Alright. That's right, who are you? What's it to you? So why aren't you investigating it? That sounds terrible. What can you tell me about the Wampoans? What do you know about the murders? Why would they let cops in and then chase them away? Alright, so yes, we saw Tong. Mess wasn't incidental. I'll see you later. Alright, so there's nothing over here. I've already spoken to those two. Excuse me. Alright, Elder Aang. Why'd you let the cops in? Who were they here for? Why didn't you let them in? Also, why didn't you tell me about Elder Magpie? Can I have her key? I'm really good at computers. I'll be going now. Rainbow, you talk a lot. Hey, Tank War Europa. Looking into the murders. Where are you from? You're older than Tyr Nanog. You're a terrorist. So what are you doing around here? I'll see you later. You there. I would like to buy a nice suit. Show me what you have. Delightful. Now I'm wearing a nice suit. Or I'm wearing a suit. Actually, no, she is a tailor. She is a materials scientist. I shall assume that she is a competent tailor who has sold me an actual nice suit rather than a cheap off-the-rack suit. Also, it's kind of bulletproof. So that's fun. Search through the bin. I feel like there should have been some kind of check to find out that something was conspicuously missing. But oh well. Search the desk. Alright. Probably whoever cleaned out Magpie's equipment. Find the key to the stock room. Doesn't seem to match the other scenes, though. Very mysterious. Okay, do I have anything else for anyone else? Not really. I'm just gonna go and talk to the gang and then shoot them. Because I do like my 100% completion scores. Can I look around? Never mind. What happened in the fight here? Heard anything else about the murders? Who else might have a key to the storm drains? Porter Lamb's got keys to pretty much everything. Some of these beetles look like... Alright. Business is business. Alright. Well, see you later. Anyways, I'm going to stand here and... Okay, I have to pick the attack them option to attack them. Well, alright. These things do happen. Unfortunately, they all get a free move to cover. Adept, ganger, thug. Thug, ganger, mage, ganger. Not a huge amount of cover to be had around here. Well, one will do. We'll go with the Sundowner and we will flashbang somebody with it. Renraku flashbang somebody with it. Derp. Yep, that'll get those two. Huck this thing over here. Yeah, now if anybody comes running around this side, I'll get him. Would you mind terribly buffing Duncan's aim? And then I could get a spirit, but that feels excessive. That feels like a bit much. Spray and pray. Or aimed shot. Oh, he's in heavy cover. Great. Ooh. Highly effective flash grenade for only 1 point. Missed. Oh, got them both anyways. However, I did not haste him. He's in heavy cover, but he's unbalanced. Dang, she's got a lot of health. I will mercy kill or beanbag shot. Beanbag the mage. Bam. Ha ha! Grenade for you. Ooh, defense. Yeah. Okay, so I activate my Doberman, and the Doberman starts shooting. Not a lot of high chances to hit him. Not a huge fan of that. Decent damage. So, can you? Yes, you can. We're just gonna choke out the gang leader here. Very good. Double tap that mage. Oh, ho, 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 beauty! Alright, so he's probably about to die soon. That's fine. Could haste someone. Oh, I could get him with the acidic fog. And he's just going to stay unconscious in the toxic fog. That's great. That's great. Anyways, this calls for a flashbang. Did I get myself with that? Well, I seem to be incredibly flanked. Why, what? I don't understand what just happened. But I can heal 26, so that's good enough. I only hit the drone. Of course. What? Weird and uncomfortable. I am very leery about launching these things because it is an AoE attack. Got him. Missed! It hit him in the forehead. Ah, whatever. So. Precision shots. For you and you. Actually, no, it was the same guy both times. Oh, he got hit with something, so he's... yeah. Beanbag. Sucker. Boy, I don't like that I'm getting hit every turn for massive amounts of damage. Can I drive my drone now? Yes, there we go. Oh, he's almost dead. And he's not going to die of the bleeding. There. Shouldn't this guy be dying from toxic fog? It's it. I'm gonna heal me. Because I keep getting shot. So, double tap for you. He lived. Well, I'm gonna, for some reason, do it like this. Missed a 95. That also missed a 50, but that's less unusual. And another crit. And he's going to recover from his beanbag. Oh, this is great. This is great. I love this. Mark that target. Hit him at least. Oh, good. Finally, he's dead. $95% means there's a 95% chance you'll flip a coin. Ain't that the truth? Maybe I should have spawned a spirit. Well, that was surprisingly consistent. Alright, missed that one. Has that guy even done anything? He shoots Isabel occasionally. Did not harm Duncan, but did stun him. Me being in... Great! There goes my other drone. Love that. I would love if I could have a fight where I hit and I don't get crit constantly every turn. It would be great not getting hit with critical hits all the time. 7 health? That's not really worth it. I'm just gonna smoke her.
What is happening? Again, it misses and it scatters.
Fortunately, it did not scatter onto... Oh, I'm being rather loud. It didn't scatter onto the meat, but man, I would love it if it would not do that. I would love being able to hit some... Okay, I thought he didn't get a turn. Whatever, I don't care. I'll take it. Okay. Okay. 4 consecutive missed coin tosses. Another crit. She's gonna start bashing up my drones. This is great. You can stun drones, okay. Free reload the handgun. Before I try that, I should be targeting her. Hey, it worked. Got her, but not enough. That thing is stunned. This thing is... I can do drugs. I'll do some drugs about it. I should probably take a point in biotech. There, she's bleeding now. So, she can heal after this yet another critical hit she just took. There, crit for 7. There, another crit for 14. This is great. I love this. I love this. Cannot connect to the drone. This is great. I guess I'm just going to be ending this turn because there is no way I'm going to go into a poison cloud to try and punch her. Okay, nope, not doing that. Missed the 76%. There. You know, I bet I could have hit her with the mercy kill. However. Okay. We're gonna buff up Duncan. We can't see Duncan. Isabel. Reload. Can I use my drone? No. It's fried. This is great. This is great. I never really considered this as an option for the drones guy, is that the drones can just not do anything. I guess I do need a weapon. Or... Oh, I see. This is still the same turn. Look at that! Another consecutive crit! That is 3 in a row, all for over 10 damage. That one was 20. This is great. Whoops, that was... Well, that's on me. I've wasted an action point. Can I flank this guy? Can I have my drone back? Cool. The drone will flank this guy. There. I flanked him. Things should start going better now. Okay, so I could flush him from cover. I'll just take the shots for now. Okay. Probably should have saved that for after I flushed him from cover. Or I guess he can just leave cover. And again, just to hit her casually. She must not have much of a dodge skill. Try to mark the target. Miss on a 75% chance. But if I've missed a 95 and a 90 consecutively, then why not? There we go. Was that so hard? Alright, check recent email. Select a file. New location in garage. Wilson, we've got the go-ahead from the Wampo and Elders to move into the parking garage. Whatever fight happened there has really spooked the locals, and they're superstitious about moving back into a place that could be filled with angry ghosts. It's a bunch of bull, but whatever. Only request is we pay a percentage of sales, and we keep anyone nosy out of our turf. Where's Kang? I don't know where he is. Last I heard, he was checking at the storm drains looking for a place to use as a drop. Yeah, so there's a monster. Speaking some kind of monster language. Dropped his key, so told him to take a day off. Check his flat in San Pokong. He's probably drunk. Elder murders. Don't know if any of you have heard about the way the elders have been getting picked off one by one, but stay out of it. I don't want to get mixed up in these politics. Okay, bloody drain. Ooh, a small nugget. An off-red color that... Oh. The nugget is some kind of synthetic ferroplastic. It's got ragged edges if it was broken off a larger object, partially obscured by scratches. Brushing away some of the dust, you peer at the fragmentary bit of ferroplastic. The scratches and markings on the nugget look like Chinese, but despite how closely you look, you can't decipher their meaning. Oh, was this a Red Samurai team? After a moment, you realize the reason. Not only are the markings fragmentary, the language is Japanese. The characters are close enough to be familiar, but too different for you to read. Maybe an expert in armor or foreign languages could help.
You know, I'm not sure who in the Wampoa Garden speaks Japanese, but Wingke Kok has a shop down in the Wampoa itself, where we meet the elders. If anybody around here would know about armor, it would be her.
What about bloodstains? Dried blood and bullet holes pockmark the floor, pillars, and walls of the parking garage. Judging by the amount of blood staining the floor, multiple people died here. To call the scene bloody would be to do it a disservice. This was a massacre. Look at this. These scratches look like they're from a long-bladed weapon like a sword or a machete. With the number of bullet holes in the walls and cars around here, they must have been just spraying wildly. Our killer must have fought the HKPF in here and cut them apart. Since they never found a body, I'm going to assume the killer got away. I tell you what, I don't want to have to fight this maniac at close range. I am definitely popping a spirit for the next fight. Okay. I don't think I have anything to say to Keita. Can you tell me anything about this piece of armor? I own a street card. Makes you think I know anything about armor. It's made of rice flour or something? I was hoping you could translate some Japanese on it. Oh, in that case, I actually can help you. Let me look at it. It says Renraku Kagaku Kabushiki Gaisha. It's the Japanese for Renraku Applied Sciences, the materials research brand of Renraku Asia. Where the hell did you get this? I think it came from the person killing the Wampo and Elders. Renraku? Oh no. I said Red Samurai. Also, the guy in the literal Red Samurai outfit might have been a hint. I don't know much about the Megas, but this seems like some pretty rare armor to find on a serial killer. I don't think off-the-shelf armor has the research mark, and it seems pretty high quality. You'd have to be pretty well connected to get something like this. See you later. Hey, Demergo, got anything? Whoever fought the police in the garage did it at close range with a blade. That's definitely unusual. There's a lot of people in Hong Kong who can fight with a blade, but not many of them could take on 4 police officers and win. That's a losing fight even for the best gangers out there. Whoever you're looking for, they're no common killer. Okay, so I've got my, key. I've got my key, and I guess I'm going to let the Russians live. Though I could maybe kill them and get a hint from this guy. Mo is a decker. Magpie's shop is missing a lot of gear. Know anybody who might be fencing it? In Whampoa Garden? No way. Most people are too shit scared of Magpie to pull that off, and I definitely recognize anything of hers. She watermarked every program and engraved every chip. Wanted people to know where the good stuff came from. There's not a lot of places to hide that kind of gear around here. We're all packed pretty tight, and this place gossips like a mahjong parlor at tea time. If I were you, I'd ask any other outsider types you could find if they heard something. Nobody local would risk bringing Magpie's ire down on them, or the rest of the Wampoans. We might cheat other people, but we don't steal from each other. Anyone who gets caught doing that would get kicked out or worse. See you later, Mo. Alright. Hey, Zippy. I don't think you actually have anything new to contribute. More about Elder Magpie? Magpie's gear is missing. Any outsiders? No. Alright. We did have that conversation last time. Maybe I can get even more information about armor. You there? Can you tell me about this? Do you know what kind of armor this is? Perhaps. Let me see it. I can tell you what I find out. Wingquay holds the armor piece up to her eye, taking out a jeweler's loupe to look at it more closely. Japanese markings. I don't recognize all of them, but this first one is Renraku, fairly recognizable to anyone who's used to seeing the name in Hanzi. The composition appears to be high-density ferroceramics, probably boron carbide with an interwoven bioaramid mesh. The staining on the edges suggested it contained pockets of silica suspended in polyethylene glycol, similar to the commercially sold gel pack technology. This armor could have withstood a significant amount of impact force. Even standard 7.62mm rounds wouldn't have had much of a chance of penetrating it. What could? High-velocity rounds with a tungsten carbide penetrator would be most common. This is the kind of thing armor-piercing discarding sabot rounds were designed to defeat. A die-coated melee weapon could do it as well, but there wouldn't be the same kind of splintering at the edge. Same in the case with EX explosive rounds. We'd see spalling on the backside. Whoever shot this off the owner came loaded with the right kind of weaponry to get the job done, that's for certain. And you don't carry that kind of ordnance around unless you're sure of what you're facing. It's just too expensive for common carry. Well, thank you for that. That's good info. You have a key to the storm drains? Can I borrow it? See you later. Alright, I don't think this guy has anything to help me with, but might as well check. Yep, see you later. Okay. We're going down into the drains. We are finding the arm. Whoop, I've fallen. This is fine. Alright, this is the killer. Cool, we found the arm. Probably. Take the necklace. This is mine now. And... hi there, angry Russians. Everybody's looking at me. Not here to meddle. I know what happened to Alexander. Serial killer I'm looking for, got him. Right forearm. Arm in a corpse pile. You got Magpie's keycards, right? Yeah. Is there anything else you might know? Why would I know it? I'm literally living in a sewer. See you later. Okay. Alright, 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 alright. Womp one. Why am I going in here? I guess thank you for your keycard. Found something pretty strange in the sewers. Can I ask you about it? Pile of severed limbs. Okay, that's not the answer I expected. What do you mean stacked like firewood? Can you describe the pile in more detail? It looks like someone made an organized pile of body parts. A little pyramid that won't tip over. There's no beastie I know of that'd do a thing like that. Some animals store food for later, but they don't stack them like that. I would suggest whatever that did that wasn't an animal, but a person. But a very disturbed one. Maybe you're looking at some kind of vampire or infected. Wendigo, maybe. They generally have a cult of cannibal followers. That's organized behavior. That means the culprit is precise and careful, and given that it wasn't stored in the lair, I guess, would mean that it doesn't want to risk the eventual smell drawing people towards where it sleeps. That's rather good in terms of foresight, don't you think? Them that are killers are right crafty lot. They've a mind better than that of a beast. See you later, Rainbow. You want your key back? Alright, so I think I can just talk to Demergo, and that'll be the end of it. See you later. So I've got evidence that he's a red samurai. Breaker who? You know weapons. Do you have any information for me? No, he does not. I think I've got all the clues I can get. So let's give this another try. And yet again, just take the gang etiquette. Just do it. Just take the gang etiquette. The mask, the charms, the paper fan. Very good. Leave the box alone. Here we go. You don't seem to be eating me. You're the one killing the Wampo and Elders. What does Gaichu mean?
Harmful insect. It's the name I have taken for myself, since the word is usually applied to pests, especially ones who drink blood, such as leeches and mosquitoes. The first character means injury or evil influence, and the second means insect or worm.
Alright. Alright. 162s were a gang. Didn't clean up all of it. Why kill the other elders then? Saw scarring on the concrete.
And from my hands, yes. My blindness precludes the use of ranged weapons. Unfortunate, since I was an excellent shot before I became infected. But my skills in grappling and konjutsu have only increased. A battle of swords is a clash of souls. Mine was stronger than theirs, and they perished.
Let me ask you some questions. Did you eat the elders?
Some of them, not all. My condition requires that I consume raw metahuman flesh. I do not require a great deal to survive, perhaps 3 to 4 pounds every week. Consequently, there is vastly more supply than demand.
Is this from your armor?
Ah, yes. I felt a ragged edge on one shoulder plate. I assume it was removed when one of the police officers shot me with his rifle. The hazards of war include unkempt attire, unfortunately.
Why would the elders have you killed?
Any number of reasons. They are notorious cheapskates and will always try to save money when dealing with outsiders. It could be their natural inclination toward profit. They may regard me as subhuman and therefore unworthy of respect. It could be they felt I was too dangerous to allow to live. It could even be that they simply did not like me. The net result is the same. They renege on the deal we brokered and attempt to have me killed. A message must be sent. Blood must be paid. As they have hired you to kill me, they have obviously not learned their lesson.
Alright, come and work with me. I'll be your face. We'll see what they have to say first. Sounds like a good plan. So, now we do this whole trial scene, and hold on. Alright. Gaichu had a contract with the Elders and they betrayed him. Isn't there supposed to be another guy in here? No? Maybe I'm just expecting more people over there because that's the way I walked in last time. Elders hired him to do that. Found Magpie's necklace in the storm drains. Large amount of blood in her shower drain. Hasn't been seen in a month. What about the fight with the Hong Kong police? What does that have to do with the Elders and the Ghoul? This is a piece of Gaichu's armor I found in the garage. The markings on it prove it.
This is from his armor, definitely. But how does it prove that the Elders knew of the Ghoul's existence? The police officers were abnormally armed and armored with much heavier gear than a normal patrol. They were armed with armor-piercing, discarding sabot rounds. That's hardly standard issue. Lesser weapons would not have broken that armor plate. If all they were looking for was a common fugitive, why be prepared for a fight of that magnitude?
Obviously, they knew what they were searching for. The evidence in the garage points to a fight with someone using a sword. Alright,
I was only in the garage to collect payment from them. The ordinary residents were warned of the HKPF's arrival and were gone by the time I arrived.
That's suspicious. Still doesn't prove the Elders knew it was the Ghoul. Tong wasn't tortured. It was a sham. Okay. That's all I've got. I believe. Gaichu seems to be telling the truth.
Elders, too many facts don't add up. You are obviously hiding something, possibly a great deal from the rest of the tribe. I'm sorry, but I have to take you into custody until the community can decide the extent and manner of your punishment. Death would seem appropriate to me, especially given that they kept up this charade even to you, one of their most trusted citizens. Don't you dare talk to me like that, you disgusting beast!
Yep, no. Don't make this any worse than it is.
Thank you, Tentacle Panther. I'll make certain that justice is meted out. You are free to go, and I will ensure payment is delivered to you so long as you take Gaichu with you. I cannot have him staying here.
He'll be coming with me. Haha. Greatly shamed on their own terms.
I confess, I am unhappy with the decision to allow the Wampo and Elders to live. We should have killed them, if for no other reason than to maintain our reputation.
That's why I let them live. That's not how we do things.
I can accept this. I am unused to working with Shadowrunners, but I assumed that you would see things as I do. Hopefully, there is much I can learn from you. Shall we leave this place? I am eager to be done with Whampoa Garden.
Cool. I feel like he could have said things out loud that would have acknowledged that he was in the... whatever. It's fine. It's fine. But yes, lesson learned, just take the gang etiquette. I'm committed that this character is not going to learn the gang etiquette. But just take the gang etiquette. The MTR rockets noiselessly towards hay oil along the edge of Kowloon Bay. The black water glitters in the night, with the light of 1,000 reflected storefronts. Gaichu stares sightlessly out the window, one hand pressed to the glass. The plot by the Elders is exposed, and Porter Lamb is in your debt. You have a new ally, and the respect of the Wampoans. Sometimes, everything goes right on a job. You count yourself lucky this was one of those times. Ha ha! Nice. It was not as easy as that makes it sound. That fight against the gangers was just... It's not supposed to go like that, you know? It is not. So we're going to get 6 intelligence. We're going to bump up our dodge to 3. And then because I have 3 points left, we'll grab biotech. It's been lacking. Very good. Karma spent 114. Delightful. And that is the night. That is the... Come on now. I know how buttons work. All right. Well, thanks for coming out, everybody. I had a grand time, even considering the rather uneven rolls during that fight with the gangers. What? Why this? It gave me no indication of this. Why? What? Who knows? Oh. I have sheepsuspicions. I also have the impression that we probably can't raid Juniper tonight. We got Drunk Borderlands. We've got Baldur's Gate. We've got a sponsored Pragmata stream. We've got a goat playing Silent Hill 2. Well, apparently it's Sergeant Legend Killer's birthday, so let's go see them. 39 months. You. Thanks so much for coming out, everybody. I had a lovely time, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Next time is tomorrow, where we will be playing... Oh, what are we doing? I skipped over Cassette Beasts. We were playing it last week. It wasn't Menace. I mentioned Menace, but we didn't end up doing that. Oh, it was something with a mech? What a wild thing to forget. I guess it'll be a surprise to everybody, including me. Unless I remember it at some point, in which case I'll... You know what? Hold on. Idea. It was... Nope. I still forget. The going live post from last week was for Cassette Beasts. I have no idea what I streamed last week. So, we'll find out together. So if you're not here next time, I'd much rather that be because you have someplace else. So take care of yourselves. And until next time, toodaloo.